Okay, I'm gonna start the meeting, so just so you know, so I just have to look at my camera guy here. Ready? Okay, it is Thursday, June 12th. It's a regular public meeting of council at starting at 6 p.m. Be it resolved that be it resolved that the meeting be called to order and that the agenda for the meeting be adopted as circulated. Could I have a mover, please?
So,
Councilor
second.
Campbell seconds it. No, Council Campbell moves it. Council Patacan seconds it. Any comments, questions? Hearing none, can I call for the vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, carried. We're down to number 3, addendums to the agenda. Be it resolved that council accept the following additions, deletions, and/or changes to the agenda. We would like to add 1510 addendum withdrawal from the capital planning region, addendum administrative report withdrawal from the capital planning region, and addendum Minister of Municipal and Northern Relations bill for the Planning Act amendment. Also to delete 5.8 public hearing subdivision 23-3019. Could I have a mover, please?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Patacan moves. Councilor Bichetti seconds it. Any comments, questions? Can I call for a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, carried. Okay, we're on number 5. We're going to do, council wishes to thank you for taking an interest in what's happening in your municipality by attending this evening. The purpose of this public hearing is to receive representation for the applicant and any persons who wish to make them concerning what is proposed. During each hearing, we will hear first from the applicant, then from those present who wish to make representation, starting with anyone who wants to speak in favor of the proposal, followed by those who are opposed, and then anyone who is here for information. At the end of these other presentations, applicant will have an opportunity to respond. If anyone intends to make a presentation for any of the hearings scheduled for this evening, please ensure that your name and contact information are recorded on the appropriate sign-in sheet. If you have not already signed in, please make sure you do so now, so that you have an opportunity to speak to council or indicate your wishes before public hearing closes. Your applicant must also be signed in. So I believe we have the sign-in sheet, which is, I believe it's in the hallway. Do they see you? If anyone hasn't signed in, see our acting CEO and they'll sign you in. At the end of each presentation, members of council may ask for clarification from the speaker on any facts or issues, but will not enter into a debate. Person speaking must address the chair. If they have any questions that they think the applicant or administration should answer, they should raise them in the presentation to the chair. The applicant will have an opportunity to respond to questions when the other presentations are finished. It is our goal to hear everyone that is registered to speak tonight. I would ask that each person to be as concise as possible in their comments. If your position or the information that you want to share with council is the same as other speakers who have spoken before you, you can indicate this by identifying the key points of your agreements. If a hearing is not completed today, whether because we run out of time or further information is to be provided, then we will adjourn the hearing. If we adjourn, we will tell you at this hearing the date for the continued public hearing. There will be no other notice given of the date. Even if all representations are completed today, we may not be making our decision today. Until our decision is made, there can be no further communication of any kind with council about the proposal. When a council makes its decision or variance orders or conditional use application, it is final. There is no appeal. If council decides to give second reading to a zoning bylaw amendment, those who make objections as part of the public hearing process will have an opportunity to file a second objection with the regular planning district. If you want to have this opportunity, please make sure you identify yourself as the objector. So we now go to 5.1. We're going to open up the combined public hearing of variance order 50/25 and conditional use 1525. Be it resolved that this meeting of council recess for the purpose of holding a public hearing pursuant to section 96A and 105A of the Planning Act. Could I have a mover, please? Councilor Bichetti moves. Councilor Campbell seconds it. Any comments, questions? Can I call for the vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, carried. I will have our planner from Red River Planning make his presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is variance application number 50 of 2025 and conditional use 15 of 2025 for the two properties located at 71 and 81 Meadowlands Drive. The variance is to reduce the required number of loading spaces in the highway commercial zone, and the conditional use is to allow a proposed service station and outdoor retail. Next slide. Specifically for the variance, 7 loading spaces are required, and the applicant is requesting to have 4. And for the conditional use, it's a gas station, which is the conditional use approval required, as well as a seasonal outdoor garden center. That's the outdoor retail. Here are the subject properties on the air photo. And here is the site plan showing the variance of the 4 proposed loading spaces at the north end of the proposed building. And the location of the gas station, as well as the outdoor retail of the garden center. The applicant's proposing about 161,000 square foot retail building, and based on square footage, that's how we derive the number of required parking spaces as well as loading spaces. So I'm sure the applicant will speak more to why they will need 4 spaces instead of 7, but it's just a formula that comes out of your zoning bylaw. I'd like to just reiterate to council, I think you might already be aware of this. The property is already zoned as a CH highway commercial zone, and retail is a permitted use. So the hearing is not about should this retail building be there or not. It's only about the gas station portion and the outdoor retail portion of the garden center. I should note also for council that yesterday, and I believe you have it in your docket, we got an email from Manitoba Highways with some comments on the proposal, and they had some they requested some conditions of approval should council approve these. Just to summarize, they're asking for a highway traffic impact study, as well as some confirmation to deal with drainage. I couldn't get a hold of Highways today on the phone, but I think there might be some confusion from Highways. So when the property here, as well as the larger neighborhood, was originally subdivided and rezoned a number of years ago, Highways weighed in at that time with requirements for drainage, traffic impact studies, that sort of thing, because the development was just being proposed at that time. As I noted, retail is a permitted use as of right today. So adding conditions to see what the impacts of a retail use that's already permitted, I'm not sure that would be appropriate at this time, but of course that's up to council's purview. That's all I have on this, Mr. Mayor. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them, or I'm sure the applicant would be happy to answer more details about the application.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Does council have any questions for the planner? None?
No.
Okay, can we have the applicant come forward? Is it just you going to be speaking?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, just myself for now.
Or does someone want to join?
I'll
Yeah.
come up and sit there. My name is Steve Cross with the customer.
No, just sit down and then
Yeah.
we'll get the names and addresses once.
Okay.
And so David Payton, 1600 Buffalo Place, Winnipeg.
Okay.
And Steve Cross, 1955 Raymond Drive, Northbrook, Illinois.
Okay. Okay. Can start.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Council, for the opportunity to speak to these applications today. As I mentioned, my name is David Payton. I'm with WSP. We're the applicant for these 2 applications before you, a variance and a conditional use. And we're representing Costco. Of course, I'm joined here with Steve, who's Costco's real estate development director. So between us, we will be able to answer any questions that you have today.
Okay.
I do have a presentation that I provided to RPD. I'm hoping it can be brought up. But I'll start speaking to it in any case. So the subject site, just over 20 acres in size. It's already zoned CH Commercial Highway, as Mr. Eno mentioned. It's south of the Perimeter Highway, west of Main Street. So the overview of what's being proposed on this property. It's a one-story, approximately 162,000 square foot retail building, along with accessory uses that include a gas station, a restaurant, and a seasonal outdoor garden center. The site plan, which hopefully we can take a look at shortly here, shows
Is that
over.
the- oh,
Yes, that would be the one. Perfect.
Can we make that full screen or no?
Can I make it larger?
Can we make it big?
Okay.
Okay, so the site plan shows 1,070 parking spaces, including 16 accessible spaces. That's quite a bit more than what's required under your zoning bylaw, which is about 650 spaces required.
So you said 1,070? And
1,070.
what was the number after that, 16?
648 required.
Oh, okay.
But of the 1,070 parking spaces, 16 of those are accessible.
Okay.
And it's also worth noting that the approvals that we're seeking today, specifically the variance and the conditional use, are just the first step, or just one step in what will be a multi-step process. Approvals will still be required from the municipality, specifically site plan approval. We'll need a development permit and a building permit as well before construction can actually get underway. So this is a one step of a few that will need to take place. I'll speak, if we can go to the next slide, please, specifically to the conditional use applications first. So as Mr. Eno mentioned, the main component of this development, which is the indoor retail component of the Costco, is a permitted use under the current zoning, commercial highway. So the conditional use is specific to the outdoor garden center, which is a seasonal use, as well as the gas station. So the gas station will be located on the east side of the site. It includes gas sales as well as a tire inflation station. The gas canopy provides storage for 16 vehicle stalls in 8 lanes with a small shelter building for employees. There will also be a tire center within the main retail space with bays for tire servicing and sales of specific car parts, batteries, windshield wipers, that sort of thing. So that's the gas station that's proposed. On the map here, you can see it in blue on the northeast portion of the site. The other conditional use that's required is related to the seasonal outdoor garden center. That's adjacent to the main building, and you can also see that in blue. So this is a seasonal outdoor garden center. It would take over a portion of the sidewalk east of the building and encroach upon 13 of the parking stalls. As I mentioned, we're well above the required number of spaces, so the removal of 13 spaces to accommodate the garden center doesn't impact your complying with the minimum required parking spaces. And the garden center will operate the same as regular Costco store hours, generally from the months of April to October every year. So the applications both conform to the policies of the Red River Planning District Development Plan and the Middle Church Secondary Plan. This location is exactly where within the municipality this sort of retail center should be directed, and that's clear in your planning documents, as well as the existing zoning. Once again, that's commercial highway. So both the gas station and the seasonal garden center are accessory uses to the principal retail development, but just the way the zoning bylaw is set up, we've had to apply for them as sort of principal uses that are conditional. But again, the development, these two components, the garden center and the gas station, are part of the larger Costco development. And that's relevant because as accessory uses, they don't contribute to additional trips, parking demand, or impact surrounding land uses in the same way that they would if they were standalone developments. Again, they're part of the larger Costco development, the main portion of which, the retail portion, is already permitted. So the Planning Act provides the parameters council must consider as part of a conditional use. Both these applications meet the requirements for approval under the Act in that they conform with your planning documents. They're compatible with the surrounding area. They will not be detrimental to the health or general welfare of people living or working in the area, and they will not negatively impact other properties. And just to echo Mr. Eno's comments, the application was circulated to both the municipality as well as highways. The municipality had no concerns. Regarding Manitoba Transportation's comments, which we just received this afternoon, I would just echo what the planner already said, that traffic impact study has already been provided for this development as a whole. In fact, as you're aware, most of the infrastructure has already been constructed. And this area is already zoned for this use. So it's a little redundant at this point to require a second traffic impact study. The second point I want to emphasize in relation to MTI's comments is that these applications for conditional use, again, are very specific to the garden center and the gas station. So the overall development's already permitted, and so there's no really, I guess the clarification question that I would like to ask MTI is, are they asking for this traffic impact study specific to the gas station and the garden center, or for the development as a whole? Because once again, it's already permitted, and a traffic impact study's already been completed. Moving on to the variance. So 4 loading spaces are proposed, but 7 spaces are required under the zoning bylaw based on the size of the building. Costco is a proven retail model. They've got efficient logistics operations. The arrival of trucks are scheduled and staged to avoid stacking of trucks wherever possible. And the proposed number of loading spaces, 4, has been implemented at over 900 other locations. So this is a model that's been tested, and Costco's aware of what their requirements are and how they can make this work. So we know the 4 loading spaces proposed can effectively support Costco's operational needs on the site. Next slide, please. So highlighted in blue on this slide is the loading area with, again, the four spaces. Similar to the conditional use applications, the Planning Act provides the parameters that council must consider as part of this variance application. The application meets the requirements for approval under the Act in that it conforms to the Red River Planning District Development Plan and the Middle Church Secondary Plan. It's compatible with the surrounding area, again, zoned for highway commercial development. Will not be detrimental to the health or general welfare of people living or working in the area, and will not negatively impact other properties. And again, just want to point out that the applications were circulated to the municipality, and there were no concerns or comments. So that concludes the presentation. Again, Stephen and I would be happy to answer any questions that council or the chair may have. Thank you.
Anyone have any questions? Okay. Any questions?
No, not at this time.
I have just wondering if you could bring up the map on where the store is again, please. That one there in blue, the one you had in blue was good. That showed the gas stations. So that is located where, I see it's north, so that means it's going to be facing on the northeast of the property,
That's right, yeah.
close to number,
If you went to the roundabout and went straight towards the perimeter,
well, I see the roundabout there, huh?
And that's the perimeter.
that's the perimeter right behind the blue.
Oh, that's the perimeter, okay.
Not
So the-
right behind, there's Prest,
Yeah.
and then the perimeter.
Yeah.
That's the tracks on this side.
So how do people get to the gas station? They go all the way around?
The roundabout,
Well, there's no way.
they're gonna make a road.
I'm asking,
Yeah, so there's accesses that will be proposed to the site from both Meadowland Drive, which is the main collector road, as well as that new road that would be going directly north to connect with that service station. So there'll be 2 different accesses on the site, one for each of those streets.
okay. So,
And the circulation, sorry, just to add to that, the circulation for the gas, it will be the cars will go all the way up to the northern end of the site, and then do a 180-degree turn and come through the gas southbound, and then exit that south driveway, and then make a right to go into the parking lot, or make a left if they want to get back out to Meadowlands Drive.
yeah. I'm just trying to orientate where in my mind's the perimeter. So the gas station is close to number 9, on the number 9 side, because that Prest Road is not there now. I don't know if it's still there.
Yeah, it's the closest part of the site to
The
Main
number,
Street.
yeah, okay, good. You got quite a ways to go to the gas station if they come off that roundabout.
We do, and that helps if there's any situations where traffic does start to stack, if there's not enough room, and we've sized these now with 24 pumping stations and adequate stacking distance, much bigger than the other existing ones in the area here in Winnipeg. So there'll be plenty of stacking within the fuel facility, and then obviously a long way before it backs up on the Meadowlands Drive, if that were to ever happen, which we don't see it happening.
And then where are your loading bays? Are they on the,
Same as north.
Yeah, so they're on the north side of the building, yeah, exactly in that spot. Yeah,
So-
so same idea, the access would be from the northern part of the site.
so the delivery trucks have to come through, they have to come through the roundabout and then go around to the back?
Correct, that's the intention, is they would drive from the roundabout, around the top of the site, around the gas facility. They would pull in front of the dock area and do a 180-degree U-turn to pull to the east, and then they'll back up into the docks. And then they'll leave that same route. They'll go around the gas, back down to the roundabout, and then the fuel trucks will come up the same route. They'll drop the fuel on the east side of the gas. There's a patched area there. You can kind of just see on the east side of the gas there. They'll drop the fuel there, and then they will continue around. Sorry, I take that back. Actually, I've got it the wrong way around. The fuel trucks come in off of Meadowlands Drive, and they will circulate clockwise around the site, pull into the gas, drop right on the east side of the gas, and then they will leave down by the roundabout.
Okay. So they're coming in through the roundabout and leaving through the
Sorry,
roundabout?
they're coming in, no, they're coming in on that
Meadowland,
new
Meadowland.
driveway, sorry, the existing driveway that's on Meadowlands there,
Okay.
in between the roundabout and the railroad tracks.
And how many, so your loading operations, what other hours? You know, Costco has standard loading times, right?
We
Unloading times?
receive early in the morning, so we want to get all of our deliveries done before the warehouse opens.
Right, okay.
We don't move product around in the warehouse typically when members are there, so we want to get it all done. So deliveries could happen in that 5 to 6 a.m. period of time. They'll be done, 9:30, 10 o'clock before the warehouse opens there.
Okay. And how many deliveries do you make a day, is made a day?
It's typically about 20 deliveries, and about 10 of those would be semi-deliveries. And then we'll get those smaller box trucks, bread deliveries and things like that, UPS trucks, whatever it would be. That makes up the rest of the balance, up to the 20 there.
Okay. Okay, I think that's it for me for now. Go ahead, Councilor Campbell.
My only question, and this is just more out of curiosity than anything, how does this compare in size to the one you guys have going in Headingley?
Going in where? I'm not.
In Winnipeg or Headingley?
The one in Westport, sorry, yeah, this one is be comparable to the one that's going in Westport Development right now. This is our typical size, it's in the 162,000 range. It, keeps creeping up.
Yeah.
So this is the current sizing.
Okay, yeah, lots of people in the community have asked how it compares, so I was
Yeah.
just curious, so.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for coming to Winnipeg.
Appreciate it, I love coming up here.
To West St. Paul.
Yeah, West St. Paul, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
You guys are done now until if you have to come back up to answer anything.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, are there any for?
Yes, we have quite a few in favor.
Okay, so just hold it before you start. So I'm just going to remind you that we have a large audience and we want to make sure that this gets moving along pretty quickly. So if someone has already made a comment that you agree with or disagree with, just stand up and tell us what the comment is that you agreed with, and that's it. I mean, otherwise this could take all night if we have everybody coming up and so.
In support is Warren Greenstein.
Okay, where is?
Right here.
Okay, go ahead.
Support the application.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Richard Wishnowsky.
Just in support of the application.
Okay,
L. Bile.
okay, go ahead.
Support of the application.
Okay,
Brian Schuster.
I support.
okay,
Robin Schuster.
okay,
Heather Lewitt. I support.
okay.
Ron Lewis,
Support.
Okay,
Susanna DeMello, it looks like.
I'm in support.
okay,
Teresa Garvey,
Support.
okay,
Gina Berzowski,
I most definitely support.
okay,
Shasta Fisher,
I'm in support.
okay,
Liz Mackles,
okay,
Maribel Ronzanella,
Maribel,
from Tamarack,
okay, I don't, okay,
and support is Jordan Ronavilla.
okay,
I'm not sure the name, it looks like John, from St. Mary's Avenue.
In support.
Can you confirm your last name, please?
Prall, P-R-A-L-L.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ron and Shirley Sepke,
Support.
Support.
Paulo Matos,
I support. How fast can you start building? This year?
okay,
Don Peters,
Support.
and Bennett,
Support.
Vanessa Benjamin,
Vanessa, you said?
Vanessa from Oceansby,
Vanessa here?
Could be on the other side.
Okay.
It's possible.
Go ahead.
Adam from Oceansby, Norma Albert,
You want to come up for it?
Norma Albert, 312 Evelyn Avenue. I do support Costco coming in. I think it'll be good to have the grocery store coming into the area. I do have hesitation about the traffic, and I know that they've made some, Highways has made some really good changes at the Riverdale intersection. There's lots of lanes, there's turning lights. But when we consider what will end up in that one small little corner of Meadowlands, there'll be over 2,000 homes. This has over 1,000 parking spots. There will be the school for 600 students and there's all the other commercial development going on as well. And so there will be a lot of traffic, including the.
If I may, I think we need to stick to what the variance and the conditional use is about, which is the gas station and the loading docks and the garden center.
Okay.
Like, we're not speaking, it's allowed there as we stand right now.
Yes, it is, and it's a public hearing, and it was my opportunity to speak, and I am in favor of it. Would you not like to hear any cautions? I disagree with one statement made by Mr. Patton that there would be redundancy in doing a traffic thing. I believe we heard earlier this week that the DA, the administrative DA for Meadowlands, was done almost 10 years ago in 2016. So if the traffic studies were done around then, they were using those numbers. And so the build-out that has happened in West St. Paul is extreme. So I don't believe there's any redundancy on a traffic thing. I believe that it would be quite prudent to repeat the traffic study with the current size of West St. Paul, so that we know in fact that we have a Costco that is safe for the community. It would help me, because I couldn't follow, if somebody is actually able to stand at that diagram and actually show us that flow of traffic, whether it's the semis and the gas trucks, as well as the parking, the people coming and going from there. I can't quite follow how that traffic is going to be happening. And so again, I would encourage everyone to try to take a deep breath and slow down when you are doing the drive. But I'd like to see how that flow of traffic is going to happen there, so that we know that it's as safe as possible.
Good.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak at the public hearing.
Anyone else?
in support is Pete Holmes, Evelyn Mishku,
I support it, but I have a question.
If you have,
Come up.
come up for it, please.
Oh. It's just a quick.
You gotta come up.
You gotta
You gotta come up.
I just wanted a quick question. Is this Costco?
No,
Oh,
just,
you have
wait,
to-
just hold on a minute. Mr.,
Oh,
excuse me? Miss, just sit down, give your name, please, your address, and then you can ask the question.
Hi, I'm
council-
Evelyn
the council.
Miskew,
Yep,
and I live at 190 Corona,
okay,
and I've been there, living there for over 36 years already.
okay.
And I approve of the Costco. I've waited for it a long time. But I just would like to know, is this Costco going to have a pharmacy?
Okay, that's it.
That's my question.
They'll answer that question later.
Thank you.
They'll answer that question when they come back to reply.
Oh, you're going to
okay?
come back?
Yes.
I gotta wait for it. I can't. That's the question, because I think our community really does need a pharmacy, and I would hate to see this go up without one. So
Okay.
I would like to have one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
very much.
With the reasonable dispensing fees.
Also in support is Bill Miskew.
Oh, he's out there somewhere.
Good.
He's just in support of this.
Okay.
Aurelia Lentz. So far.
Where is she? Oh, wait, okay, okay, good, thank you.
Jonathan Batista.
Jonathan? Is Jonathan out there? No?
Could be in the fire hall, maybe.
Okay, go ahead.
Junrick Espena. Jag G. Gill. And Suzette Medeiros.
Okay,
We also received some letters of support ahead of the meeting, which council was provided copies of. That was received from Jason Jaquette from Randall Homes, Matthew Yen on behalf of ANS Homes, David Wooden on behalf of Broadview and Sterling Homes, Jerry Mulwini from Signature Homes, Tony Ballas from Kensington, Robin Vassar from DNS Homes, and Jazz Pilar on behalf of Riverdale West Developers and Exemplar Developers.
okay. Is there any opposed?
No one has signed in opposition. We did receive a couple of letters ahead of the meeting. One on behalf of Cheryl Wagner. She had concerns about the accompanying noise, traffic, and pollution that would make living in neighboring areas a nightmare. She notes there are an abundance of suitable spaces in Costco, for a Costco in West St. Paul where the impact on residents would be minimal. Placing a Costco in Meadowlands is a terrible idea for both residents and wildlife that currently live there. We also received a letter of opposition from Deanna Rutland. She was opposed to the conditional use. She had similar concerns, concerns about the size, as well as the traffic. She estimated it would bring in about 4,000 vehicles per day. She also questioned whether the lights on Main Street can handle the amount of traffic, as well as residential traffic that currently use the intersection and future residential traffic.
Okay.
We do have a few people who are signed in for information. First would be Heather Lewis, Bruce, it looks like Sweetman.
Yep, right here. I just signed that meaning that I was coming to the hearing tonight for information.
Okay,
For information is Eleanor Link.
You can change mine to in support, thank you.
Thank you. For information is Harvey Dillon.
Okay.
when it comes here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want, yeah, by all means. State your name, address.
Okay, my name is Hardeep Dillon from 17 Astor Point.
Okay.
So this is just in addition to the question maybe here about the traffic situation. I was just wondering if there's a plan to limit traffic going from McPhillips through Meadowlands. Sorry, just wondering if there's a plan to limit traffic going from McPhillips through Meadowlands to the Costco. Just because our house is right on it and there's a school zone there. Just thinking it might be a safety thing. Plus it's super annoying, but in support of the Costco.
Okay. Thank you.
For information is Lori Elwood.
I'm supporting.
Okay.
For information is Darlene Paula.
She went outside. She sit down.
And Corey Paula.
That's me. We're both in support.
Oh, you want to change it to support now, or?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Jerry Galinki.
Jerry Blanky, 354 Gardenview Drive. I guess I'm going to be the one here. I don't have a problem with the Costco. Okay, I think it's too large. I think the impact study was done for the 600 cars that we had in bylaw, and now we're at 1070, so we're almost double the cars. So that's the first thing. I don't think that the residents are going to appreciate all the traffic coming to Costco from McPhillips. They're not going to go out in the perimeter. They're going to take the lights at Ames Road, and they're going to come through. There's going to be lots of lights and lots of traffic. I don't like the idea of them trying to take everything all at once. We have a business park. We have people that invested money into West St. Paul, and they built their businesses. And now at the end, when they're up and running, now we're going to come up with this huge complex that is going to draw the business away from them. It's going to happen. So I don't think it's fair there. I don't see, I'd like to know how big the spaces are going to be. Because we're in a rural area.
What spaces are you referring to?
For the parking stalls. So we're in a rural area, and there's a lot of vehicles that are pickups. And I have a Costco membership. I go to both of them, and traffic and parking is horrendous. Okay? On St. James, they had to have the police there to let them in and out. The ones on Transcona there, there's lots of, I don't know if it's who's parking, but they park on the streets, behind the parking lots. And the service station is steady busy. So to say that it's not going to be much traffic, it's going to be lots of traffic. So I don't know if the residents are going to be aware of how much traffic is going to come in here. And I think we could sort of reduce it a little bit by the amount of parking spots we have. I understand why the people here were coming grocery shopping instead of going to Transcona or going to St. James and going through all the traffic. I understand that with the warning of it. And I would benefit too. I don't like the idea of the garden center, but that's another point. But there's other issues here. I'm not going to talk about the garden center, but I'm talking about the issues. And now we have a new road proposed. We're going to have some new roads proposed. But where are they? We don't know where they are. There's no drawing on the map. So if we're going to have an application, we should have all the information. How can people make a judgment if they don't have all the information? We find it's always as little as needed. So I think that should come up before a decision is made. And also, just curious, how many of these in support are West St. Paul residents? I mean, these are the ones that are going to get affected. I don't know, maybe be able to tell by the addresses, but I think that's important to know how many of actually the West St. Paul people want it, because we've known in the past that we bring people from all over in the city, and then we, fill up the council chambers here, and a lot of people aren't residents. So it should be the residents deciding of what's going on in the municipality, I feel. So those are my complaints. So because of all that, I would go against it. And I know I'm probably going to be the only one, but I think reason has to be there if you lowered those parking stalls, 600, like bylaw said, or that 600, well, at least you would control the traffic. You would, you know, you'd make bigger spots, and because right now, people park at the Costco's and they load their vehicles because they can't go between the cars. They load them into the center of the road, and everything is blocked. Everybody that goes to Costco sees that and knows that. So I think this, you know, if we're gonna build it right. If not, we'll hear from the residents after.
So you're changing it from information to opposed?
yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to make a couple comments.
Go
So
ahead.
Costco does have the biggest parking spots out of any store you ever go to. I'm sure you will agree with
Well, I
that.
don't
and
know,
I'm sure
Costco
everybody-
has big ones.
Can I speak, please?
Oh, you asked me a question.
No, I didn't. No,
You made
I-
a statement.
Let him speak,
Okay.
please.
I'm gonna speak now, please. So I think the whole room will agree, Costco has the biggest parking spots. They have double line between their vehicles, so, you know, I think Costco's someone to look at, as everybody else would like their spots to be like that. And I bet you if we did take a poll of the people in here, this room isn't stacked with people from anywhere else except for West St. Paul.
Okay.
And my email's been filled with nothing but in support emails from people from West St. Paul, just to let you know.
So, can I say something?
For sure.
What I'm gonna say is, 100 people here, 200 people, 5,000 people in the municipality. We're deciding, that's democracy, but I'm saying, you
They
know,
all had the opportunity to come here as well.
I understand that.
Okay, thank you very much. Any others for information?
No one else registered.
Okay, I guess I'll ask the applicant to come forward, see if they can address.
Maybe ask the room if there's anybody else.
Okay, is there anyone else that wants to, no?
I don't think that.
Oh, we got one there.
Oh, there's one?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, there's one.
There was a lineup to sign up, so they
Sorry.
couldn't get to it, so.
Do they want to come forward? Does anyone else want to speak or not? No, no one wants to speak?
Is there anyone else who wants to speak on the matter?
No, okay, speak.
No? Okay.
Thank you for your patience.
Well, thank you, and thanks for all the comments and questions. So, start with the easy one first. It will contain a pharmacy. In regards to some of the letters, the concerns regarding proximity to residential and wildlife, again, this area is already zoned for commercial highway development, so that's, regardless of whether this is approved or not, this area will be developed with commercial. I want to quickly address that. I'm not aware of the comment about limiting traffic from McPhillips. That's, again, that would have been dealt with at the overall rezoning and subdivision stage that I believe happened in 2019. So that's when the road layout, for example, of the entire development would have been considered and laid out. Again, that's been addressed with the prior traffic impact study. Parking stall widths, approximately 20 feet by 10 feet. And just as a comparison, St. James has 550 stalls. Again, there are over 1,000 stalls proposed here. So some of that congestions that you see in St. James would be alleviated by the larger parking lot here. St. James also has smaller spaces than what's being proposed as part of this development. And the final point that I had to speak to was the traffic impact study. So I believe the year that it was completed was 2019. That was the year that the overall development, the rezoning and the subdivision was approved. I can't speak to. I can speak just at a high level about the methodology. There's some concerns that's 6 years ago at this point. But when traffic impact studies are completed, they do take into account anticipated development in the area. So even though the residential west of the tracks and north of the highway, for example, at that time hadn't been completed, it had been already contemplated, approved, and so that would have all been factored into the traffic impact study that was completed for the overall development back in 2019. So I just wanted to point that out, and again, we'd request the council consider not implementing the conditions that Highways requested for that reason.
So how many cars do you got coming in and going per hour in most of your Costco stores? What's your traffic flow coming in and out?
So the traffic on a weekday, AM peak period. As everybody knows, the Costco's don't open, I think I mentioned 10, but I think it's 9 o'clock they open. In the early morning peak
Yeah.
hour, there's very little traffic. Generally, the gas is the only thing that's open at that point. The total trips is about 75 trips in that peak hour, which is in and out, so that's not, not exactly a correlation in and out, but that's a trip to the store and a trip leaving the store.
Oh,
So
okay.
the total is 75.
75? Okay.
In the peak hour, in the weekday morning peak. The weekday evening peak goes up to 587. So again, that's 587 trips, and that includes the trips in and the trips out.
Out.
Each one of those is a separate count.
Okay.
So the in and out, the in is 264 and the out is 323. And then when you go to the Saturday midday peak, then it goes up to 923 trips, which is 451 in and 472 out. And that's the midday peak.
So, and that's per hour?
Yeah, that's in that hour, that peak hour itself.
Oh,
So it's not the same all throughout.
okay.
So then the total trips then comes into the 7,600 trips total for the Saturday,
Throughout the whole.
beginning throughout the whole day, spread out
Oh,
throughout the whole
okay.
day.
So-
So you look at the peak hour, and then of course outside of the peak hours, those numbers are dropping.
Yeah, okay. So when you say 923, that's in that 1 hour?
Is then that 1 hour,
Okay.
and it's an in and an out, as I said.
Okay.
It's
So
not.
it's half.
It's half,
Technically
yeah,
half
it's
that
not
many
exactly
vehicles.
half, because they don't always
Yeah.
go in and go out at the same time, but generally, yeah, it's not 900 cars coming in and 900 cars leaving.
Okay.
It's the 451 and 472. And if I could just add to David's comments just about the traffic, obviously, Costco, I mean, we serve our members, and we do not want them to be, traffic gridlocked coming in and out of the site. So we, put the request on the developer who developed the Meadowlands Drive and we're acquiring the property from, to provide adequate road networks and infrastructure and all the things, whether it's sewer, water, and everything else. That's their responsibility to provide it so that it can adequately serve the Costco, plus the adjacent developments as well. So one of the things that MTI has committed to recently, which was in the original study, is to have the dual left turn lanes. So if you're coming down Meadowlands Drive to Main Street, you're on that west leg of Main, and you're going to turn left to go north, there will be a second there'll be a second left turn there. Right now, there's technically only a single lane.
Oh, okay.
And the middle lane goes straight across, and then there's a right turn lane. They're going to change that middle lane to a through and a left as well. So we've had a national traffic consultant look at the study that was reviewed and approved by everybody and what everything was built off of. And they've looked at that, and based on that data, that they're comfortable with the Costco traffic being able to, plus, as I said, plus the other background traffic, to be adequately served by the infrastructure that's built there today. So we don't have any concerns, because we're going to be the first one to raise a flag if our members can't get in and out, which then obviously translates into the homeowners, the residents, and everybody else in the community having problems.
So you have two entrances or two exit and entrances into the, so that's all coming off that roundabout that's there?
It's split. I don't have the breakdown, the detail there. It was really focused, the focus of this, the numbers I'm giving you here are more what's happening down at Main Street there, at the Meadowlands and Main Street signal. But generally, it's the traffic coming off. It's going to be split by the two entrances, correct?
Okay, so you don't have any entrances on any other part of the lot there, just in that one location where the roundabout is?
Correct, the roundabout and then the driveway between the roundabout and the railroad.
Okay, whereas, I don't know if they can you point that out on the map there, Pam or somebody?
This one.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
David?
Yep.
If it works on the TV.
I would point on that one so the mayor can easier see.
No, put it on this one so the residents can see it. I can see it from this one.
Okay.
Some of the residents were asking, so.
All right, it doesn't show up on the TV. so-
This is your second exit, or second entrance, and then there's the roundabout one. So there's two. This one right here. That would get you in and out.
I am showing
Okay,
it the house.
and that one goes Meadowlands Drive?
That's on Meadowlands, and then this one's on Meadowlands.
And that's an existing drive. If you drove up there now, you would see it. It's barricaded off with concrete barriers, but it's existing there. And it's a full access
Yeah,
as
this is
well.
closed off with barriers right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Meadowlands Drive, that goes into the development, or where does it go?
That's the main road.
That's going to Main Street?
Going to McPhillips, well, through the Meadowlands development.
Oh, okay. So people are coming through the development, they're not coming off.
This is the track, so it's just to orient which way it's facing.
Yeah, I know.
Here's your tracks, that's Main Street.
People are more than likely all gonna be coming from Main Street, except for the houses that are over there.
But they could go through the development.
They could, yeah.
Yeah, it's a collector road, though. That was designed that way
Yeah,
for
okay.
retail area.
Okay, good. That's it, any other questions? No? Okay, thank you very much.
Can I just ask our
Go-
planner, to our planner? No, it's to our planner, so I'm good with that. Mr. Eno, if you can clarify for me, that traffic study that was done when we approved all this area as retail and the residential homes going in there. That study was done before we approved all that area. It was needed to approve all that area.
That's correct, and actually I'd point out to council that traffic impacts were contemplated long before that.
Yeah.
So as council is aware, there's a development plan in place that identifies this area for retail, commercial types of uses, and then the Meadowlands area as residential, as a neighborhood. There's also a secondary plan that was developed along with Manitoba Highways Inflex, identifying this area that we're talking about today as commercial, and then the neighborhood as residential. Those were already in place, and then the subdivision and rezoning and establishing the roadways, those applications came in, and another traffic study was done at that point, just to confirm that the infrastructure being proposed and the layouts being proposed could actually accommodate the development that was contemplated in the master plan. So it doesn't go just back to the subdivision proposal that came about, approved about 6-7 years ago. I'd say it actually went further back when the master plan was developed.
No, I just wanted to clarify that there was one done when they already picked out the roads and for the acreages that were allowed for the residential and the commercial use. So the study was done for what is intended to be there. Thank you.
Okay. That's it. Any other questions on the plan? No? So then I will proceed to close. So close the public hearing. Okay, we're at 5.1.2. Be it resolved that the council does hereby close the public hearing and resume the regular meeting of council. Could I have a mover, please?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Pat Cam moves. Councilor Campbell seconds it. Any comments, questions? Hearing none, can I call for a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, carried. Now we'll go into the resolution. Whereas an application for variance 50/2025 was received for the properties located at 71 and 81 Meadowland Drive to decrease the required number of loading spaces from 7 feet to from 7 to 4, and whereas under the provisions of the Planning Act, a public hearing has been held to hear representation both for and against the application. Therefore, be it hereby resolved that after careful consideration, Council of the Arm of Western Paul hereby approves variance 50/25 with the following conditions. This variance is limited to what has been presented in this application. Any further changes, replacements, or additions would require new variance approval. Applicant owner obtain all required permits from Red River Planning District and the municipality if required. Developer.
May I interrupt you for a minute?
By all means.
Number 3 to number 4, I don't wish to make those conditions. I don't know how the rest of council feels, but there was an impact traffic study done, and that was why construction took place on Main Street, the boulevard was put in, and that was exactly for that reason, for your road. And as far as drainage is concerned, we have a drainage engineer at on Tater. So I don't see the point of having to put that in when we already take care of that. So I would be in support of removing 3 and 4.
So I guess I probably need to understand them. Like, has this whole development been engineered for to have? Yeah, I know, but for traffic to have, what was it? Semi-trailers, 10 semi-trailers coming in a day, every day. I believe it is for 5 days a week.
But there was a traffic study done for a retail area and a residential area.
Yeah, I know, I
That's what it
understand
was
it.
zoned, I know that, but you're still asking the question that
Well, they're reduced to a loading size, like Costco, so I asked how many trailers they're bringing in.
be it 10 mom and pop stores, they're still gonna have loading in and out. It's zoned for that size of property with a retail area. Like, we don't ask other companies that are existing there now, how many loads of lumber are they getting in there? The study's done, and that was the whole idea of it.
So we're not doing number 3 and number 4?
I would agree with Council Fiber.
I'm in agreement.
We've done this that study before, and why do we just request a detailed drainage plan for the applicant if we want to? We don't have to make it a condition. And that's what it says. If necessary, our regional office may request the applicant a detailed drainage plan prepared by local clinic. Okay, but we don't have to make it a condition.
Yeah, I agree. I think we should proceed with conditions 1 and 2,
Okay.
and not 3 and 4. And then we can just, you can read that motion into the record, we can vote on it, and then we can discuss it and vote on it.
Read what motion?
The conditions with 1 and 2 and leaving out 3 and 4, and then we can discuss it and vote on it.
Okay. Variance order will expire and cease to have any effect if not accepted upon within 12 months of the date of the decision. A board, council, or planning commission may extend the deadline under subsection 1 for an additional period no longer than 12 months if an applicant is received before the initial deadline. Could I have a mover, please?
I'll move, I'll second.
Councillor Clyburn moves, Councillor Campbell seconds it. Any comments, questions?
Comment.
Go
So is
ahead.
that, are we voting on it as amended or as it reads?
As amended.
As amended.
Okay, just it wasn't said, just want to make sure.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay.
I'll have a quick comment.
Go.
As many of the people in the audience, I welcome this organization to our community. I'm very excited about them being here, and we welcome them to West St. Paul. Thank you.
Okay. Can I call for the vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried. Okay. 5.14, resolution, whereas the applicant has applied for conditional use 15-25 to permit an automobile service station and retail outdoors use as 71 and 81 Meadowland Drive in commercial highway zone. And whereas under provision of the Planning Act, a hearing has been held to hear representation for or against conditional use. Now therefore be it resolved that the rural municipality of West St. Paul approve conditional use 1525 under the following conditions.
Mr. Mayor, on a point of order, we're looking for the same amended motion, 1 and 2 to apply and 3 and 4 to be dropped.
Okay, we'll drop those. This conditional use is limited to what has been presented by this application. Any further changes, replacements, or additions would require a new approval. Applicant owner obtain all required permits for the Red River Planning District and the municipality if required. We're not reading 3 and 4 has been removed. And we go, the approval of a conditional use will expire and cease to have any effect if it is not acted upon within 12 months of the date of a decision. A board, council, or planning commission may extend the deadline under subsection 110 for an additional period, no later than 12 months if the applicant is received before the initial deadline, and for a second period, no more than 12 months if the application is received before the expiry of the first extension. Could I have a mover, please?
I'll move.
Councilor Campbell moves it. Councilor Bichetti seconds it. Any comments, questions?
I'll say something.
Go ahead, Councilor Paxton.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just want to put a couple comments on the record. First of all, it was good to see a lot of people here today in the audience and at the RM office to support the application. And I want to thank Costco and the team for your presentation. It's super exciting days for West St. Paul. I think this Costco, once it's built, and one gentleman was talking about how fast can you build it. It's a long time coming. And I see it as a huge economic driver for the West St. Paul and for the region, as well as a huge economic hub and a community hub. Oftentimes you go to Costco, you'll see people in the aisles talking to each other because they know each other. It's a community place, right? That's the nature of Costco, providing a full range of services from bakery to personal goods, automotive, grocery, you name it, Costco's got it. So just want to congratulate the team for that and look forward to supporting us and your development. Thank you.
Okay, can I call for the vote? All in favor?
Aye.
And any opposed? Hearing none, carried. That is it for
the Costco.
Costco, yes, so. Go on to the next one. So I guess this is it for. Yep.
You're welcome.
So those that want to stay for the other public hearings, they're welcome to stay. We'll take a recess for 2 minutes. Thank you very much. Well done.
See you. Congratulations. Congrats. Thank you. Well done. Yeah, that's for sure. Okay, here, like this. Congrats.
It's online. It's on our website. The package is on there. It's on there.
I don't know, I guess.
Sorry, what was your name?
Oh, Bruce Swingle. I'm from North Kildonan, St.
okay.
Paul area. So
Okay.
that's why I only put in for information.
Oh, yeah,
on
for
that.
sure.
I don't think I should allow.
No, yeah.
I guess my concern.
So the number of parking stalls was kind of being debated on.
1,070.
So that's been approved, not scale it back to.
No, it'll be, I think there's like, they're 10 foot wide. 16 of them, I believe, or 12 or 16 are all accessible. And then the rest are 10 foot wide. So it'll be like Regent. But
Yeah,
bigger.
Yeah. Okay, so that's part of it. Nothing's been really changed. Just the gas bar's been approved. Yeah.
Garden Center, yeah.
Do they have a date of completion on that?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure it'll be quick. I think they said by next year. By next year. Yeah. Hi.
Can I make some suggestion for the future?
For what?
Can I make some suggestion for the future?
Oh, sure.
Can you put the air conditioner?
I know, it is on. It's just they can't handle it. There's so many people, and I'm so hot.
And why these people are still sitting here?
Because they're here for other applications. There's other applications. There's like many more. There's like 10 more applications to listen. Different things. You're welcome to sit down and listen.
No, but I want to know if that's interesting.
It's on the, if you walk in the door, they're all on the wall. They're all on the wall.
On the wall.
Yeah. Some of them are for like development. Some of them are for businesses, different kinds.
Right now, it's possible.
But yeah, it is on. The AC is on.
But when it's done, that's a main collector.
Oh, okay.
It's like another. It's the main collector, and then the tie off there.
Yeah.
That's the only two.
I
don't think they open like they do. I don't think they like make sure the window doesn't fall out.
They probably haven't been opened in 30 years. There's a bunch of lights. This way it's rocked out. Huh?
They haven't been opened in 30
You were in the fire.
Two more here.
Yeah. So you were in the fire hall?
I was just in the fire hall and
There's one more up here, Bill.
Yeah, no. So is everybody out there in the fire hall?
no, there's still people, a lot of people in there.
there
It's full, it's full. Well, unless they're all leaving now.
But they're all different hearings too.
Yeah, they're,
Julia's there.
Oh,
And did she tell you guys to come on?
she told me to come. Well, no, she just announced who was next. And then it was,
Okay, but she's announcing which public hearings now,
well,
right?
we kind of asked, you must have an agenda, try to give us a heads up.
Yeah, she does, yes.
And I know there's people there that are just sitting there and just want to listen in. So one guy was beside me, he's not even from West St. Paul, he just wants to sit there and listen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. He was all for Costco, by the way. So I don't know, I don't know what to do, because that was.
Yeah, no, that's right. As long as you're here, that's, yeah. Okay, so we'll start the public There's a chair. You all right standing?
There's some chairs over here.
Okay, that's good. So we'll open up the next public hearing. So we're going to ask that, you know, I guess one thing I should say, you know, when we're doing a presentation is like we should keep down to a minimum talking within the audience because that does distract from other people what's happening. So just as a caution, just remain silent when people are talking. Okay, we're at 5.2 where we're going to open for a public hearing. Be it resolved that the meeting of council recess for the purpose of holding a public hearing pursuant to Section 96A of the Planning Act. Could I have a mover, please?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Council Bichetti, Paquin moves. Can I have a seconder, please?
I'll second.
Council Bichetti seconds it. Any comments, questions? Hearing none. Call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Carried. We'll go down to the public hearing, 5.2.1. I'll have our planner speak.
Thank you, Mayor. As you noted, this is variance number 33 of 2025. It's for the property located at 4621 McPhillips Street. The purpose of this is to increase the maximum allowable number of accessory buildings. So section 3.2.4 of your zoning bylaw outlines that residential zones are limited to 3 accessory buildings, and the applicant would like to have 8 on the property. Just go to the air photo. On the air photo, you can see the existing house, and there are a number of existing buildings, actually 7 to be exact. This variance is triggered because the applicant would like to build a 400 square foot detached carport, covered, and I think it's going to be enclosed on just the sides, not the front and the back. And because of that, we had to look at the property, and there's exceeds the number of allowable accessory buildings. However, these buildings have been there for some time through the site plan. As you can see from the drawing that the applicant provided, there's a couple detached garages, some old granaries, sheds, that sort of thing. I'm sure they can speak more to what those are all about and what's in them, what they're being used for. Should council wish to approve this, there's just the 2 standard requirements that we suggest, that the variance is limited to what's being presented. So if anything changes, the applicant has to come back to council, as well as the applicant obtain all required permits from the planning district as well as the municipality. This has been circulated to Manitoba Highways, who don't have any concerns with this one.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, just one question. Can I just close the door, please? There is noise.
We can't, it's an open hearing.
Noise? I go ask people.
Yeah,
I'll be right back.
yeah, okay, thank you.
No, you can't. We can
Okay,
close it.
okay, yeah,
That's fine.
yeah, no, okay. Can I have the, oh, I guess we have to wait here. Does council have any questions for the planner?
No.
No? None? Oh, yeah, okay, you gotta wait there. The planner left to talk outside for a bit.
Oh. Okay, let me know when I'm in.
Yep. Okay. Councillor, thank you very much, Derek. Councillor Kleiber has a question for you.
Oh, of course.
He's back in the room.
Yeah, so the planner, this exceeds the maximum of 3 accessory buildings by 5.
Correct.
Why is Redmond County don't have a problem?
I didn't say that we don't have a problem with it.
Oh, what did you say?
I just noted that a lot of these buildings have been there for some time.
Right, so this property was originally then subdivided from a larger piece?
That's what I'm assuming, yes. I believe it's part of the subdivision, the neighborhood that's off to the east of here.
So then they have to get compliant with their subdivision when they subdivided down to 3 acres?
That's what I would have to assume.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, any other questions for the planner? Okay, I'll have the applicant come forward, which is you. Yes?
I'm sit, stand?
No, sit please. Do you have anyone else with you that wants to speak, or are you?
I'm just here speaking on my house, on my
Okay,
behalf,
so-
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, stand, state your name, address, please.
Okay, my name.
No, sit.
Oh,
sit.
sorry.
State your name. State your name and address, please.
My name is Reg Craker. My address is 4621 McPhillips Street, and I've lived here for 24 years. a good standing member of West St. Paul and a volunteer in West St. Paul as well.
Okay. Proceed with your rationale for the...
So, I know the question is, so this property was part of a farmyard when we bought in West St. Paul. My family grew up in St. Andrews. I drove past this property, and my wife, we drove past this property many times, and I says, about an acre of that yard is bush, so you can't tell by this picture. But when we moved here, it was a farmyard, so there was 2 granaries, there was a whole bunch of other outbuildings, there was a hen house, there was a whole bunch of other stuff. So we were allowed, they're all small buildings, so we were allowed to have all that. A couple of the buildings were removed, but, so 3 of those buildings that you see, the 2 in the back, right at the bottom to the right, those are 2 old granaries, wooden granaries with wooden roofs on them, which I maintained, put new shingles on them. But they're just on skids, so I just slid them to the back. So, and then there's three others there that are just truck van bodies, and they're just sitting on test cylinders, concrete test cylinders. And what I'm asking for is that I wanted to add the little the carport beside the garage, just so that my cars weren't outside, out in the sun. The few cars that I have 3 daughters, and I don't like my cars sitting out in the sun. Plus, it's a little bit of a roof and a concrete pad, so it was supposed to double. That's why it's a carport. The front and the back's open, so it's supposed to add like a picnic area, so if I invite family over or friends over or whatever, we can still be outside. The property, because it's old, the house was built in '69, it was a small house, there was only small buildings on it. If I'm not lucky like some of the newer people that are in West St. Paul now, where they build these big mansions and they can build big shops, I ended up buying a property, which I love. I absolutely love this property, but it was scattered with little buildings. So I don't want to, with this variance, I don't want to get rid of my little buildings. I still want to keep them. So nothing's really changed. I just want to keep it the way it is and just add this little breezeway. The truck bodies and the granaries and all that, well, right now I got 3 kids that are teenagers. Maybe someday a lot of the stuff is maybe some of the stuff that they saved, because the house isn't that big. So maybe when they move out and buy another property in West St. Paul, we can haul one of these granaries over to their property or something like that. But it's just that I want to keep what I have. I've maintained my property. I have a good front road appeal. I've had people pull off the highway and actually compliment me on my front fence that I have. So it's not messy. I try to keep it clean. Of course, there's always more clutter that gets in there, but I try to keep up on it. And to top it off, I have that new development that comes all the way around behind me. I cut most of that, about 80% of that ditch with my tractor. My own tractor, I don't charge anybody for it. And I sometimes even cut the road from my driveway all the way to Willis. So I maintain my property. It's not messy. So that's what I have to speak. Thanks, Council, for listening to me.
Any questions to the applicant? Council have any questions?
No. Just a comment, and you light it up nice at Christmas time. Well, so I'm a volunteer with COPP, so I've learned that you got to have good yard lights on, and I put Christmas lights on, and I like to display. I'm proud of West St. Paul, and I display it on the front. There's a lot of traffic goes by me. That's number 8 highway, and literally across the highway from me is all farmland. So I'm kind of an extension of that farmland. Just this week alone, we had 2 deer on our yard, jackrabbits on our yard. We've had coyotes on our yard. Like it's just like we got a little wilderness up there. So even the animals like to be on my yard. So.
Anyone else have any questions? I'm going to ask Councilor Kleiber. I don't know if she's got any questions. Councilor Kleiber?
Yeah, I guess I would say to you, Mr. Craker, part of the problem here is you're only allowed 3 accessory buildings. You have 2 garages already. What are you using those 2 garages for?
So, can you hear me? Yeah?
Yeah.
So, like I said, those garages are small, so the one garage, I have about a 40 by 100 foot garden in the backyard by those two granaries. So that little garage has got my lawn tractors, my tillers, it's just that. And then the one that's a little bit bigger, I can fit my truck, my only one truck, and I slide a boat in there for the winter time. So I only got two. It's only like a 20. I think it's 20 by 26 feet, that garage. So they're not overly sized. And like I said, the other ones are just a couple little sheds. The granaries, like I said, I store. Got 2 sets of tires for the van, so and a couple of the vehicles, so I don't store the tires outside. The good ones, I put them in the shed so they're out of the sun, and then vice versa, back and forth. Bicycles, a couple of ATVs.
So I guess my problem is this: if we pass this, if you get your 20 by 20 carport, sets a precedent, and the precedent then becomes that people with 2.75 acres or 3 acres will come to us and say, okay, Brent, you can building, I want this too. And that's where I'm stuck. I don't see this as necessarily a problem, but what it does do is set a precedent. We've got a couple of precedents coming up on the,
Yeah.
we've got a couple more applications coming up. So what we've asked people to do in the past, I mean, we did do this on another piece of land, is to reduce their building. But it sounds like you're not going to do that, is that correct?
I'd like to keep what I have. If I'm forced to reduce some of them, I guess what am I going to do? So that I want to go back to the beginning. Remember that this was part of 40 acres. This was a farmyard, and when I bought this, it was subdivided off the farmyard. So I had all these little buildings on this property when I bought it, when it was subdivided, and then I've been here for 24 years. So
Right, and it should have been compliant at that.
right, it was. So
Nobody did anything.
No.
Nothing happened, right?
no.
But once you break off from a major piece, then the rules for that new piece come into play.
And that's
So
sorry.
it depends on what you're zoning it. What
And-
you're zoning there, it's rural residential. So if you were in 80, this wouldn't be a problem. But you're rural residential, and that's why
Go ahead.
there's a big difference between the two.
And that's
Well, thank you for
Okay.
giving me that information, I appreciate that.
and that's why I bought the variance. I want to be still want to be a good standing person in West St. Paul and follow the rules. So
Okay. Any other questions for him? Okay, I'm going to close. Excuse me, can we just hold down the talking, please? Thank you. Oh, okay, thank you very much.
Yep,
go ahead.
stand down for a bit.
So is there anyone talk to the planner, is there anyone in favor?
No one else registered in support. In opposition, we do have Norma Alper.
Okay.
Norma Alberg, 312 Evelyn Avenue. I have similar concerns as Councillor Kleiber stated. And unfortunately, this started because Mr. Craker was abiding by all the rules and seeking out the permit, and so that starts everything then. But of course, if the precedent is set, then the next person who may want the 8 may not be as diligent about maintaining their property. So in other jurisdictional...
Excuse me. Whoever's talking there, I'm going to ask you to please refrain from talking, or...
There's nobody in this area.
Yeah,
Or look in this area.
Yeah, we're not talking.
We're not talking, okay.
Well, I hear noise back from...
Okay.
Okay, good.
It just echoes up here, we can't hear, it's just coming from that side.
Okay, so whoever it is, then please. Thank you very much. Go ahead, continue.
So in other sort of jurisdictional things, sometimes you'll hear the term without prejudice. And I don't know whether this is something within the planning that you can, which would allow you to take case by case rather than a precedent, so that you, if you allowed a certain thing that is otherwise in violation, it would only be specific to that case, and it doesn't prejudice any future rulings on another situation. So I don't know if that's something that you can do in planning, but, and if you can, that would be great. This would be a good situation for it. If you can't, then I think unfortunately you're stuck with the situation of having set precedent, and because Fred can do it, I can do it, and then the next person wants to have as many buildings, and they're not paying any attention to the look and how the yard is.
Okay, thank you very much. Just wait, we'll get a chance to speak again. Any others?
For information is Eleanor Lane.
I'll change mine to against. I agree. I think this council has
Okay.
lots of,
So do you want to come forward and?
Eleanor Link, 1045 Toshak Road. Thank you for reminding me. I just think this council, plus councils before them, have had to deal with so many issues that have resulted when precedents have been set. And they've been forced into continuing a trend that wasn't good. So it's tough in this situation. Mr. Craker was kind of grandfathered in all these years, and now he's asking for something different in addition, and I can't see how council can possibly agree.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
And for information is Jane Owen.
Jerry Belenky, 354 Garden View Drive. Are the existing buildings there, other than that car park that you want to build, are they grandfathered in? Like, they're only an issue because he's asking to put the carport on? Is that it?
Well, the bylaw is that you can have no more than 3 structures.
But was the bylaw created after the buildings were on site, is the question I have.
Yep. I'm going to ask, see if the planner can answer that question.
Well, the applicant noted that the house and some of the buildings were built in the 60s, and your current bylaw came in early 2000s.
Okay.
Yeah.
So those buildings are grandfathered in, so the issue is the carport. That's the way I see it. Those shouldn't be brought up because those have been grandfathered in, so I don't think you should have to take them. I don't know, the size of the lot is quite large. It's 2.5 acres, tree.
Something like that, yeah.
Very
Yeah,
tree.
treat.
I think I have to support this application because, you know, we allow the builders and business and everything all kinds of leeway, and yet a resident comes in, and those are the ones that pay all the mistakes. The residents pay the bills. And then we find something like adding a carport on here is a big issue on a big lot. And we have little lots where they're crouching on everything like that, and we still have to decide and give them leeway. I think the only issue here is that carport, and that carport should be the only thing to be discussed, whether he complies with the building code or whatever, or not should be allowed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
You know what, Jerry, I really like that you said that.
Well, that's what I think.
Yeah.
I'm not always against it.
You said it.
Okay. Is there anyone else? Okay, we're going to go ahead, please. Any next?
No one else registered.
There's none, please. Can you come forward, please, then? Answer the questions that they brought up.
I guess the reason, like I stirred up this pot myself by coming in here, right? So I wanted to be legal, right? So I come here and I made legal. I paid the money for the variance, and I just want to keep my property the way it is. I'm not none of my neighbors have seen anything different from me. They're all fine with it. So I only really have 2 real neighbors right close to me, actually 3, and we're all good neighbors. So nobody's brought up any concerns. Actually, this is the first time I've heard of it, and I'm a little, I don't know what to say to that. I'll take care of the buildings, and chances are, like I said, there's the 2 granaries and the other 3. Like, these things can probably be, they're not doing any harm, but they're not permanent on concrete pads. So if I wanted to hook a tractor to them and slide them to a different part of the property, that's how easy it is. So it's not they're not like they're permanent and nobody can ever move them. And that's what I'm saying. Like, if this brings a problem up in the future or whatever, well, he doesn't have 8 buildings on concrete pads, right? So the 2 wooden granaries, they're a little bit bigger and all that. Those are probably the biggest outbuildings that I got that were still on the property. The other 3 were a little smaller, but. So.
Councilor Shetty, yeah.
Just a comment. So you said the neighbors are good with it? That's what I was just gonna ask.
Yeah.
So your neighbors know that you're applied for this and everything?
Yeah, they're fine with it, yeah.
I don't see them objecting, so I just
No,
have to
no,
ask.
they would have been here probably if they.
That's all I had.
Councilor Campbell?
Yeah, I just wanted to, I do know exactly where your house is and your yard is. It is well kept, so, and I was being serious. I am glad Jerry did, say his comments, because I have no problem with this, because like you said, the house has been there for a very long time. The laws have changed around you, and you're just wanting to, like anybody else, update or do something a little bit newer on your property, and, Mr. Bilicki's 100% right. Week after week, we have people that have very small yards that are coming in and asking for, much more than this. So I have no problem with what you're asking for here.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, go ahead. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for hearing me.
Okay, I'll now do 5.2, close the public hearing. 5.2.2 actually is what it is. Close the public hearing for 3325. Be it resolved that council do hereby close the public hearing and resume the regular meeting of council. Could I have a mover, please?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Platcan moves. Can I have a seconder, please? Councilor Bichetti seconds it. Any comments or questions? Hearing none, wait, Councilor Kleiber, I see you got your hand up.
Well, I had it a long time ago, just do the vote now, and then I'll
Okay.
read the resolution.
Okay, can I call for a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, carried. Now we're into 5.2.2. Be it resolved that the council does hereby close the public hearing and resume the regular meeting of council. Could I have a mover, please?
You're 5.2.3. The resolution.
Okay. We did, okay. 5.2.3, whereas an application for variance 3325 was received for a property located at 4621 McPhillips Street to increase the amount of permanent accessory buildings in the RM rural residential zone from 3 to a maximum of 8. And whereas under the provisions of the Planning Act, a public hearing has been held to your representation for and against the applicant. Therefore, be it resolved that after careful consideration, the council, the RM of West St. Paul hereby approves variance 3325 with the following conditions. This variance is limited to what has been presented in this application. Any further changes, replacements, or additions would be required on new variance approval. Applicant owner obtain all required permits from the Red River Planning District and the municipality if required. A variance order will expire and cease to have any effect if it is not acted upon within 12 months of the date of the decision. A board, council, or planning commission may extend the deadline under section 1 for an additional period no longer than 12 months if an application is received before or the initial deadline. Could I have a mover, please?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Patcan moves. Councilor Bichetti seconds it. Any comments, questions? Councilor Kleiber, go ahead.
Yeah, so I might not be popular with this, but I'm gonna stick to my guns. buildings on a property that's initially. And yes, they have been there for a long time, but they were part of the 80 zoning. This is now a full residential zoning. So we set a precedent then. And when people have rural residential lots, they're gonna say, you approved 8 accessory buildings for Reg Breaker, so I want 5, I want 6, I want this. And then the precedent has been set. Whereas Mr. Breaker probably takes very good care of his property and so forth. The zoning is really what comes into play here. And for me, I can't support this application because I believe it will set a bad precedent for other residential areas. The problem also is, I heard that neighbors are in favor of this, but there are no neighbors in the chambers at this moment, and there are no letters from those neighbors. So I have to discount that as well until I would hear from those neighbors. I don't know if Mr. Craker wants to table it, but as far as I'm concerned, I can't support this application just because it sets a legal precedent that I'm not comfortable with. And no hard feelings, Mr. Craker. I'm not trying to do anything bad here. I'm just trying to make sure that in the future that other rural residential areas that have 2 acres or 3 acres don't come and ask us for 8 accessory buildings. Okay? Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilor Pat Kent.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. We take things on a case-by-case basis here. This is a public hearing. There was really no opposition from the adjoining neighbors to this, to our residents who has made the variance application. And I think Councilor Campbell really said it best. This property, the bylaws changed around it. It was in compliance before the new bylaws came into effect. And so we got to take into consideration, Mr. Mayor. This is a heavily treated area. I mean, you can see that the property owner does take good care of the property. The drawing itself, you can see, is very symmetrical. He's aligned the sheds and the buildings to his property line. I actually took a drive by the property. It's very well kept. It's got a nice front yard, good curb appeal. Even the back that backs onto Bartlett is very well kept. So for those reasons, I don't have an issue supporting this particular variance.
Okay. Any other comments? Can I call for a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried.
It's carried. Are you good to go?
I'm good?
Yeah.
Thank you. Can I make a comment to the crowd?
Pardon?
Can I just make a...
That's
Oh,
all right.
really?
There's nothing stopping you.
It was nothing to do with my property, honestly. Nothing to do with my property. I was just gonna say, see you all at Canada Day at the Access.
Here.
And then later at Costco. Yeah, you can buy me that. Thanks for Costco.
Yep.
Farm, you see you as a farmer?
Okay, so now we're at, which one? We're
5.3.
Okay, open public hearing. Okay. Peter, okay, can I have your attention, please? Quiet, please. Okay, thank you. Be it resolved that this meeting of council recess for the purpose of holding a public hearing pursuant to section 96A of the Planning Act. Could I have a mover, please?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Pat Cam moves. Can I have a seconder, please?
I'll second.
Councilor Machete seconds it. Any comments, questions? Hearing none, can I call for the vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, carried. Go down to 5.31, public hearing. I'll have the planner speak.
Thank you, Mayor. This is variance number 39 of 2025. It's for a property located at 3105 Pipeline Road. It's to vary the minimum site width from 198 feet down to 127 feet for a new subdivision in the rural residential overlay zone. It's for both lots. This has to do with an already conditionally approved subdivision, file S-23-3002. Here's the subject property. You can see in the neighborhood there, it's been split in half with the new lot line traveling west to east. similar of size to some of the other properties in the neighborhood. And here's the subdivision layout. Both of the lots are proposed to be at 127 feet in width. They're both 2.5 acres in size. That meets the minimum lot size by over half an acre, but it's just the lot width. Should this be approved, this would then check off another condition of approval and move the applicants closer to obtaining their certificates and registering the new titles with land titles. There are 3 conditions for your consideration. One, the variance is limited to what's been presented, so any changes has to come back to council. Applicant obtain all required permits and approvals for the municipality if required. And 3, this one comes from the municipality, I believe that the applicant apply for a demolition permit to remove the existing detached structures or building permits and move to a new location that complies with the zoning bylaw regulations. That's all I have on this, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, go ahead. I see Councillor Kleiber has her hand up. Do you have a question for the planner?
I'm just a little confused because where I am on my street is 33/2025 Phillip Street. Is that the one where I thought we were on Pipeline Road?
That's not what is on our screen, Councillor Kleiber. I'll reload this to make sure.
Okay, so we're on the Pipeline one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
One moment.
Okay, so to the planner, I've been looking at this application on 3105 Pipeline Road. You say that it's split into 2 properties, 2 acres, correct? 2.5 acres each?
Correct.
But the frontage is only 127 feet, correct?
Correct.
So that would mean they have to go to the
That would be up to the province. I'm not sure if they can get an exemption or not.
Yeah, well, the province says 198 feet into acres.
That's right.
That's the rule. Okay, thank you.
Okay, anyone have any questions for the planner? Councillor Campbell, do you have questions for the planner?
I'm just.
We're just trying to get our
just trying to figure
orientation on
because,
this.
I can't, I'm just trying to figure out, because the drawing isn't great, I'm just trying to figure out which property this is on Pipeline, that's all.
Okay, anyone have any
Across
questions
Minnick.
for the planner?
So here's the air photo you can see there. Does that sort of help you out? Minnick runs right into it.
Just clarifying.
Yeah.
Now I got it straight.
Okay.
Anyone have any questions for the planner?
Nope.
Nope. Okay, could I have the applicant come forward, please? Excuse me, sir, you'll have your time to ask, okay. Please state your name and address, please.
My name is Lovepreet Broad, 3105 Pipeline Road.
Okay,
My name is Jazz Peter. I'm the elder brother. My address is 40.
you might have to speak up.
My address is 40 Perry Spring Bay in Winnipeg, and
Okay.
I'm her brother.
Okay.
He's here for to visit there.
Okay, go ahead, so tell us your plans here, the reason for the application.
Yes, we bought this property, I think, 3 years ago, and we really love West St. Paul area. Right now, we are living in the city of Winnipeg, and we rented that property, and we didn't know that there is a very bad issues before that. I know I got a lot of complaints regarding this bad tenants. We didn't get and now we want to move there with my parents. I want to bring my parents there, and
So we want to build 2 houses there, one for our parents, and then one for ourselves because they can't drive and they're getting old. So we just want to build 2 houses with one shared driveway. So there will be only one driveway as per it's not required by Manitoba. Only one driveway in the middle of the both lots, helping both houses. Because my parents, they don't drive at all. So
even in the city of Winnipeg, we are neighbors. Me and my parents are beside my house.
So it's gonna the 2 houses there around 2,025 square feet. This one demoed out and then build 2 houses pretty much.
Okay, so you want to split the lots and then put houses
Yeah.
in each of those lots?
Each
Okay.
of the house
Yes.
and then, but one shared driveway.
One shared driveway?
Yeah, because we can't have 2. We are not allowed to have 2 driveways because the width is not pile up.
Yeah.
So it's only one driveway and then it's pretty much.
Okay, Councilor Rashadi?
So, thank you. So you're gonna clean up all the, like, the property and
Yeah,
everything
exactly.
that's on there?
Because it was before that when we bought it. It was messy, and then we had to fight with those tenants a lot. It took us almost 6-7 months to get them out because they were so messy there. We had a bad investment there, but we finally got them out. It's finally getting cleaned up. And
Okay, so this isn't you, because I used to be the counselor in that area when we
yeah, no,
weren't
it wasn't
changed,
us.
so
We just bought this property.
there was.
I think
3 years, in
almost
2022, I guess, yeah.
We bought that, and then we were just trying to, and it took us almost like 6-7 months just to, get our hearing in the tenants code, and then they took us another 6-7 months to get them out, and then finally it started. He has a lot of cars and garbage around here, so we are still cleaning up that lot because it is a big 5 acres. It does take a lot of time and effort to clean that up without any help, because we don't want to spend millions of dollars. That's why we're gonna get our new plans through, then we can do whole grading, because the grading is really bad in the lot right now. So as soon as we get the plans through, then we can start the grading process, so that all the drainage is by according to the lot, so that everything goes to the ditches, and then we're gonna clean up the ditch as well.
But all the structures on there are coming down, even the house in it, so.
Yeah, even the house will
So
be coming
basically, you're
down.
gonna start with bare land
We're
into
gonna
2 new homes?
start fresh.
Okay, that's-
Everything will be removed, and with the new grass everywhere, and then even the plants, everything will be all around the property. It'll be pretty decent houses there.
Okay.
And we're planning as soon as possible.
Do you have a timeline in mind when you want to start building the houses, or?
We wanna build as soon as we get that approval from this one, and then we're gonna start working on the plans.
Okay.
And then as soon as we get the plans, probably within, because we do the foundation ourselves, so we'll start pretty much this winter if we
Oh,
are,
okay.
able to get all the approvals.
So you're looking at within the next 1 or 2
Yeah,
years? Okay.
within next year it should be all completed.
Okay.
I
No,
believe.
I was just wondering.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Any other questions for the applicant?
Yeah, I have a question.
Go ahead, Councillor Clyburn.
Are you aware that you have to be connected to the septic field and go to a holding tank on both properties?
Yes, we are aware of that. There is a holding tank on tank.
And are you aware of how much pumping you have to do per month?
Yes, we do.
How
Yes,
many times?
Pardon?
How many times do you think you have to pump per month?
Probably once or twice a month, because there's not many people.
2 to 3 times a month?
Yeah,
is
2 to
$100
3, yeah.
fees.
Exactly.
You are aware of that?
Yes, we are aware of that.
You can't dispose of any of your gray water to the ditches?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant? No? Not yet, just wait.
You'll get called up.
Okay, thank you very much. So just easier, if you have written your name down, your name will be called if you're either for or against, so when you hear your name, that's when you, okay, good? Okay, I'll go to our planner, Pam, go ahead.
We don't have anyone else registered in support. In opposition is Catherine Burnshaw.
Who?
Catherine Burnshaw.
Okay, by all means. Or do you want to come up and speak, or?
Well, I just had a question.
Yep. Go ahead, then you have to come up and.
All right.
So you'll ask the question, and then the applicant will come back later after all the questions have been.
Sure.
So we'll record.
River can answer it. I'm not so familiar.
Just
I'm
your
River-
name and
I'm
address.
Kathy Grimshaw. I live at 3160 Pipeline Road.
Okay.
My concern is dividing this property. I mean, rural residential, I figured the width of the properties was because it was some environmental thing because of well and septic. Like, we just don't have the infrastructure for, city water and sewers. So that was just my concern. If we start thinning the properties and increasing the density of the housing, and I have some environmental concerns.
Yep, so your concern is that there'll be more holding tanks than septic fields?
Yes, or that the septic fields would pollute our well water.
No, they have to go to a
Holding tank.
They'll be holding
Okay.
tanks.
Yep, okay.
Thanks.
Okay, anyone else object?
In opposition is Jose Roca.
Okay. State name and address, please.
My name is Jose Rocha. I live at 1237 Toshack Road. I'm on the very, just at the east corner of that building at the back end, heading southward from the back end. Personally, if they're going to subdivide, and if they're allowed to, I don't have an issue. The issue I do have is before I actually thanked them for, they did get rid of some of those people who were pretty bad. But in this process, in this last little while, there's been truck after truck after truck after truck after truck coming in with dirt. Now, we didn't even actually have that much snow this last winter, and I still can't even walk behind my, in the very back of my lot. Mr. Rappel's pretty well the same, because I'm looking at a 6-foot-high mud dam right across the property. We have a northwest wind. Nothing sits on a high part, it all comes to the low end. And now I'm at the low end. And I do not believe that is very fair for us. We actually called when the trucks were coming in, nothing was done. And it just, if you go there now, behind mine, I've talked to all my neighbors, Mr. Delaron, he also called in. And unfortunately, we just got to see this nice big mud dam going across our property in the very back. I invite all of you, if you'd like to come back there, let's go for a walk. Bring some nice shoes, because we'll be all muddy even now with all this heat, because that just, all the water just comes up all into our properties.
Okay.
So, that's my one thing. Other than that, I mean, if they're gonna have the holding tanks, I'm not really against it. I'm against what's been set up there and the way it is right now.
Okay.
And I don't think it's fair for us to be looking at that.
Okay. Councilor
I just
Zadi?
want to clarify, so you're against, because there's no drainage plan, it's flooding your properties, it's,
I'm also against, I'm looking back at my property now, and I see this 6-foot-high
yeah,
dam
which
going
is the
across.
drainage and the land,
know it's-
the
they-
land
they-
grade,
they built it up.
they've altered the grade.
Big time, like
Okay.
6 feet. We're not talking a foot here, we're talking about 5-6 feet.
Okay.
Like literally, you stand in and I'm looking up towards the top.
At this property?
At that property. And like I said, you can go to the back. I used to cut right in the very back. I can't even go there right now because I had the road. If you take a look at my property, you can actually see the road going to the very back. I can't get there, so I'm up there. Still now, even with all this heat, it's just very muddy. And there was, like I said, there was hundreds and hundreds of trucks coming in there.
So your property backs onto those?
That's right.
Okay.
I'm the very tail end there, the little red building there.
Oh, okay.
Red roof.
Yeah.
Sorry, you're 1270?
1237.
1237.
1237.
Okay, right at the back end of the property.
That's correct.
Right there.
And, you know, I mean, it was just, I think just recently that our ditches pretty well are starting to show signs of the water going away. It's been that much water there, and we shouldn't have had that much water there. We didn't have, I think, the water didn't last that long when we had the threat with all the floods. So that's my issue there.
Okay.
All righty?
Yep, thank you very much.
Sorry, you know, I might not do this very well. I don't do this for a living, but
You got your point across.
thank you. Have yourself a great day.
Thank you.
Any other objectors?
Yes, Kim Kuna in opposition.
Kim? You want to speak or, no, it's already, okay, thank you.
For information is Jerry Belinky.
Jerry Blinky,
Should-
35
just-
North Garden.
Jerry, just wait. Let me just ask that you continue, stop, thank you very much.
I'm a little confused here, like, the lots are 127, 127, it's 254, but we had something listed here at 198. Was this thing subdivided before into 198 and a small piece of property? Am I wrong? I don't know. Somebody showed 198 up there and then we're...
That was the requirement, that's the
That's the
requirements.
Right, for
It's
the-
asking to go to 127.
Okay, so, but the property is 254, so it's 127. I have a problem with the one driveway coming in to the two properties. Saying we're gonna share a driveway is fine, sell the house and now we have problems. So, I have a problem with that. I don't understand, if somebody looked at this property, we're stockpiling fill, we're not allowed to stockpile on a residential property. So I don't know if it's not come above. But another thing that bothers me, this is one in the area, but we've known from other areas that once we start subdividing, it just goes on and on and on and on. And we're gonna have a density, and then we're gonna have an issue with well water. And we're in that zone for well water. So that's a concern for talking about that we're gonna get sewer and water. It seems to me the sewer and water always goes to the new applicants, to the new developers, the new everything. The residents are never asked about the water. The water is always sold out to the new people, and residents are never asked, and we always end up going from higher and higher rates for the citerns, and by the time we get around to it, it'll be triple the cost. So, and he's gonna say it's not got nothing to do with this, but it has to do with the impact on the residents.
I'm not gonna say anything.
Well, maybe not. But anyhow, this is gonna impact the residents. So I think we should be cautious on this.
Okay.
The 127 lot in a rural area is kind of small, even though it's deep. But I think it's kind of small for, like 5 acres was 5 acre lots. I'm a 5 acre lot, so, thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me, please keep your... Go ahead.
We also have a few people that have signed in but not registered for against or for information. There's Erwin Wemple.
Is she here? Anyone here by that name? No.
Also Dorothy Wemple.
Dorothy Rempel?
What's the question?
Oh, did you want to be registered for against or for information?
Do you want to say something?
So, yeah, right now you're here for information, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you satisfied with the information you received, or is there something you want to change your position to for or against, or that's what this opportunity is? You want to remain as for information?
I'm Dorothy Rempel at 1231 Toshak Road.
Okay.
And I'm not understanding, like it's 127 frontage and 127, you get 254.
That's right.
And 198 and 127 comes to 325.
No, 198 is the size that it's supposed to be. That's the minimum size.
Oh.
So they're going less than 198. They're splitting into 127.
27.
Yeah.
Times
so
two.
So if
times
you
two.
divide 198 by 2.
No, the original property side width 254. You said.
Yeah, 127 and 127 is 254.
That's the width of the property. They're splitting it in half. So you.
Okay, it's not what the.
So if it was 198, they wouldn't be here. So because they're less than 198, they have to have council's permission to change it to 127.
Okay.
That's what the public hearing is for.
Doesn't figure out my figuring, but
Yeah.
if you say so.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, just a question to our planner. What's the current property width?
Whose?
No,
No,
I'm-
just-
227 times 2.
I just wanted you to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Also signed in is
So,
Frank,
I just want to clarify. So, are you for the property or are you against?
She's here for information. She's for information.
You're just for information.
Yeah.
Just information?
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
also signed in is Frank Miller.
Who? Frank? Yeah,
I just gave for information.
Information. Okay. Thank you.
And Eleanor Lynn.
Eleanor Lee, 1045 Toshak Road. It's very commendable that the owners have made great efforts to clean up the property. However, it's either through lack of knowing or lack of caring, I don't know which, to note that your neighbor is being flooded out because you are piling up a lot of soil on your property. So I could not, I would not be in favor of this at all. I'd be against it. I think the owners need to sort out and hope that nobody puts in a complaint about, for bylaw enforcement, because they have changed the drainage on the land and they're not allowed to do that. But maybe they didn't know, but that's no excuse. So I would be against this until they have solved the problem and ceased to be a problem for their neighbors, creating drainage issues.
Okay,
Come back later.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Nope, that's it. So I'll ask the applicants come forward, please.
Yeah, so my main concern is with, about the mud piling. That was not done by us. It was from the previous owners. The mud piling in the back, I do understand that it is a concern. We didn't know that it was there because we bought the property in winter. We just thought it was snow. We were not aware of it. We did not pile anything on the property. It was there before that. That's why I told you we're gonna get that sorted out.
Okay.
So it will actually help his drainage. I'm sure the water is probably going in there. Because the drainage is poor.
Yeah, speak up a bit. Sorry, she can't hear you online. Just
Yeah, you might
these
have.
mics aren't
Yeah.
for the mics aren't for that. So
Yeah, because the drainage is poor. I do understand that. That mud is not by us. It was there before we bought the property. We were not aware that mud was there because the property was 5 acres, it's pretty deep. We bought the property in snow. We just thought it was snow in the back.
Okay.
We thought it was snow bank or whatever. We never knew it. We want to take care of that, but in order to get that, we have to get stakes and everything. So that's what we will take care of that whole mud pile. Even if we take it away or whatever, we will come in compliance for that mud. And other than that, about that driveway, it will not. Somebody asked about a driveway, shared driveway. It will be still will be 2 driveways, but it's shared approach. Just on the city property, it's a drainage. The shared approach, but 2 separate driveways. It will be. I'm sure there's a plan on there somewhere. It will be a driveway from the pipeline, 26 feet wide. That's what is required, and then like a C shape going this way, and then going the other way. There is a plan on that as well. You can see it, but yeah, there will be 2 driveways, so we can always sell property. It will not affect how it's sold or whatever. And any other questions? I don't think so.
Sure, driveway. Go ahead, Councilor.
no, I just got a question first for our planner, and then I'll ask you. If this was to go through, they would have to do a land drainage. That's in the I believe it's in there, isn't there?
It's one of the conditions.
Land drainage is one of the conditions, is it not? And then we'd have to set grade and everything.
I believe so, yes.
And yeah, you guys wouldn't set that there's one shared driveway, that would be MTI.
Yeah.
I believe other residents have even come in for splitting 2 driveways down there, and they weren't allowing them, they were going for shared accesses, so.
So it's a shared access where the 2, and then.
They wouldn't give you 2 that close together, so.
No, like one approach. And then
One approach with 2 driveways, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilor Campbell.
So, just a question, you've owned this property for how, not just this past winter?
Just three
End of
3 years ago.
2022.
End of 2022.
Okay, so that's why I was confused, because you said that you guys didn't realize the mud was there, but that's when you bought it, but now it's been 3 years.
Yeah, we've
right?
been
So-
working on with everybody to kind of get this thing sorted out, and it's taking, because we are not used to this mess. It took us almost a year to get the tenants out because they weren't allowing us to go on the property. We couldn't access it, and there was I don't know if you guys probably all the complaints.
Yeah, I definitely know
He had
which
about like
property it is.
50 cars there with the garbage, and then it just took us a long time to get them out. And we are.
They actually came and helped themselves to some metal from my property at one point, so.
Yeah, so
I'm very familiar with that.
It was a total mess situation. We got ourselves into. We didn't. It was just on us. It's our fault. We didn't look into it properly, but we finally kind of getting a hang of it now.
Okay. Any other, that's it? Any other? Okay. Thank you very much. Oh, wait, Councilor Clyburn, does she have anything? No? Okay.
I couldn't see it.
Yeah, I know. Okay, thank you very much.
I'll make a comment.
Okay. So now we'll close the public hearing. Public hearing 3925. Be it resolved that council does hereby close the public hearing and resume the regular meeting of council. Could I have a mover, please? Councilor Bichetti moves. Can I have a seconder, please?
Second.
Councilor Paxton seconds it. Any comments, questions? Go
This
ahead.
is- This is just closing, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, that's fine.
Can I call for the vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, carried. Going down to 5.3.3, Resolution Variance Order VO 3925. Whereas an application for variance 3925 was received for the property located at 3105 Pipeline Road to reduce the minimum side width for new lots being created through the conditional approval of subdivision 23-3002 in the RR zone, rural residential overlay, from the required 198 minimum to 127 minimum. And whereas under the provision of the Planning Act, the public hearing has been held to hear representation for and against the applicant. Therefore, be it hereby resolved that after careful consideration, Council of the RM of Winnipeg, RM of West St. Paul hereby approve variance 2925 or 3929. Sorry, variance 3925 with the following conditions. This application is limited to what has been presented in the application. Any further changes, replacements, or additions would require a new variance approval. Applicant owner obtain all required permits from the Red River Planning District and the municipality if required. Applicant to apply for demolition permit to remove existing detached structures or building permits to move to a new location which complies with the zoning bylaw regulations. A variance order will expire and cease to have any effect if it is not acted upon within 12 months of the date of decision. A board, council, or planning commission may extend the deadline under section 1 for the additional period no longer than 12 months if an application is received before the initial deadline. Could I have a mover, please?
I'll move and I have a question.
Councilor Bichetti moves. Can I have a seconder, please?
I second, but I do want
Councilor-
to add something to the.
Councilor,
Same thing, go ahead.
Councilor Campbell seconds. Any comments, questions?
Yeah, so
Comment and question,
Just wait, does Councilor Campbell has started off first?
I would like to add,
before you read the resolution that I wanted to speak.
Yes, we know. Go ahead.
so I just wanted to add in one condition. The condition I would like to add is that the drainage or this mud issue has to be taken care of before any building permit can be taken out. However we want to word it, you know, that's your department, not mine, but I want that taken care of before anything can happen on the property. Demolition is fine, but building ways, I don't want this gentleman to have any more issues. I want that taken care of before new development happens.
Okay, Councilor Kleiber?
Okay, well, here we are, subdividing or approving a variance. Has it been subdivided? That's the question I had to the planner. Has this been subdivided?
Yes, it has been. It's been given conditional approval already. Variance is one of the conditions that they have to adhere to.
Okay, so there's one problem with this property.
Dorothy, hold on.
Let her speak, let her speak,
The area
let her
that
speak.
wanted to do 1.5 acres. We said no. We said you have to have 198 feet frontage, 2 acres, so they could put in a septic field, and there would be no holding tanks. This area can have a septic field, and that's what we should be, that's what we're promoting in another application. The ones that we have subdivided that were not 2 acres and were a smaller lot, we're in the Red River corridor. In that corridor, you're going to have to be compliant one way or another. If your septic field goes out, you're going to have to either be on sewer or in a holding tank. I don't have a problem subdividing those and putting them on holding tanks, because either way, they have to go that way. But in this area, it does not. In this area, it should be septic field, not a holding tank. And this is what we ask developers to do. And we're gonna turn around and say, yeah, but for this person, it's okay. We're just gonna hold the developers to it. We have to be consistent in the way that we make decisions. We can't run off things and then ask somebody else to do something different. I'm not gonna support this application simply because we as a council need to be consistent with the zoning of the area and what we ask other people to do. So I won't be supporting. Thank you.
Okay, just Council Bichetti.
Let Councillor Campbell clarify something here.
Okay.
I think, Dorothy, Councillor Clyburn, I think you were asking if it had been subdivided down to 254, right, is what your question was originally?
No.
Okay.
What I'm asking is if there's a variance here and the two lots are 127. That's what it says, not 254.
Correct, yeah, currently it's 254 and they want to go to 127, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I just wanted to comment on something that Councillor Campbell was bringing up. Wondering if we can add it with the demolition permit, like where they've got to remove detached structures, buildings and all that stuff. Putting it into that clause where, you know, not blocking the drainage, the grade, whatever. Just putting something in there so that when they're doing the cleanup right now on the property, that the mud that is blocking the other properties from drainage is taken care of at the same time. Which will keep their property dry at the same time, because then it'll all be flowing out of there, so.
Well, then I would like another, condition as well. I like my condition to be that, the septic field is decommissioned and that both of these lots go to a holding tank.
They are.
There is no septic fields here, it's a holding tank.
As per sustainability.
Yeah, go ahead, Council.
Councillor Kleiber, there is no septic fields there. That one house does already have a holding tank. And they would have to put holding tanks in, well, unless conservation gives them one. That's out of our control though.
They have the ability to have a septic field though.
We don't have the ability to control that though.
Let's environment with that.
Okay, any other questions?
No, that's, we closed that part.
Okay,
I think we butted already.
so are we adding some other conditions? We're amending this, or? Go ahead.
So we have 3 conditions, the 2 standard ones that are on everything. The third one is that the applicant needs to apply for demolition permits or to remove the existing detached structures or just move them on the property so they're in compliance. That's because there's a couple of sheds that are too close to the new property line that's there. So, but I think what we've heard from the applicant is that they want to just remove all that stuff. That condition would keep it to their word, so to speak. The other condition that Councillor Bichetti and Campbell were talking about, this relates to the, I'll say the unpermitted fill that's been brought on the property. Is that?
Sure, yes,
Okay,
whatever
so
is.
I don't want to call it drainage because there are conditions on the approved subdivision already that deal with drainage. I think what you're talking about is just all this mud that's been brought on the property.
So the altered land height.
Which does alter the, so what I've written down, and tell me if this captures it, condition that the unpermitted fill on the property be removed prior to a certificate of subdivision approval being issued. Because remember, the subdivision has already been conditionally approved. If you don't tie that to the subdivision certificates being issued, then the titles could just be registered without it being remedied, so that's why I put that language.
That's good.
Does that
I'm good with how that's worded, because they've already said they're cleaning up the whole property anyway, so now it's just done it from front to back. So.
Right, and likewise, as council knows,
Can't speak.
Conditional approvals have a time limit to them, so they need to complete all this before the conditionally approved subdivision time runs out. So that does put a little bit of a onus on the applicant to deal with it now rather than later. if that sounds good.
So you just got, so, okay, they're gonna be having a shared entrance. Is there a condition that we can do to have like a shared
No,
truck?
we're just dealing with the variance for the lot width
Okay.
at this time.
Okay.
Those other things have already been taken care of at the original approved subdivision that you dealt with a year ago or so.
Okay. Okay,
Sounds good.
so then I'll just say that it's with amendments.
Yeah,
Okay,
as amended.
so this will be done with amendments of, when I gotta use?
Yep.
Do you want me to read out all the conditions again?
Please, yes, go ahead.
Okay, sure. I'll just do that quickly. So I guess the resolution would be to resolve that this is approved subject to the following conditions. Number one, that the variance is limited to what's been presented in the application. Any further changes or replacements additions would require new variance approval. Number two, the applicant owner obtain all required permits from River River Pine District and municipality if required. Number three, the applicant to apply for demolition permit to remove the existing detached structures or a building permit to move them to a new location which complies with the zoning bylaw. And number four, that the unpermitted fill on the property be removed prior to a certificate of subdivision approval being issued.
Okay,
With proper grade set. I think
That's already dealt with in the original subdivision.
But with that mud though, is I want, because they could just remove 5 truckloads and go, wow, we removed the unwarranted fill, right? So we have to have some wording to address that property because.
Is it possible because our
Then you can speak, but you can speak with the planner after the hill. Just because it's already closed, so we can't go past that.
Let's try this. Condition number 4, that the applicant owner obtain permits from the Red River Pine District to remove the unpermitted fill on the property prior to the certificate of subdivision approval being issued. That way, when they come in for a permit, they're gonna have to give us plans showing how it's all gonna be done. We should address the drainage and all that kind of stuff. Is that about right?
To set the drainage and bring it in to the condition.
But on the property.
so we good with it? I can-
As the mover.
Okay.
Seconder.
Okay, can I call for the vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, okay, carried.
It's approved, you can speak to the planner any other day. They can talk you through the rest.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
So now we are at
5.3.4.
Can I just get a glance?
Yep, by me. Three point 5.3.4.
Well, bylaw.
No, we're just clearing out.
Just waiting for some people leaving the.
Okay, so we're ready to start again, please? So we're down to 5.3.4, open public hearing, variance 42/25. Be it resolved that this meeting of council recess for the purpose of holding a public hearing pursuant to section 96A of the Planning Act. Could I have a mover, please?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Patkar moves. Can I have a seconder, please? Councilor Shetty seconds it. Any comments, questions? Hearing none, can I call for the vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried.
That's this one here?
4225 is what we're on.
Is that the Dalton's one?
We'll see the presentation.
Thank you, Mary. This is variance 42 of 2025. It's for the property located at 1 Meadowlands Drive. It's a number of variances dealing with signage for the McDonald's site. Here's just a graphic showing all the different variances that are required. I'll go over them quickly.
Just wait a minute. Sure. You want to just come in, grab a seat? I see people coming in, so.
They're coming out of the fire.
Yeah, that's why I give them a break. They must be
Well, we
good for
have some
that.
people coming over from the fire hall.
Yeah, okay, that's right. Okay, fire on, continue on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll go over these briefly, but we do have a bit of a graphic showing all the different signage. It essentially what the applicant is asking for is to allow for a number of different signs on the property that are related to directional signage or just plain advertising for the business. Our staff have gone through with a fine-tooth comb in your zoning bylaw, zoning regulations for signage, and there's a number of things here. So it's increasing the height of a sign from 30 feet to 85 feet, increasing the area of individual signs from 323 square feet up to 372.1 square feet, increasing the combined area of all freestanding signage, as well as digital displays, increasing that from 16 to 114 square feet, as well as some of the setbacks for some of the directional signage, decreasing some of those, and some of these requirements are a little bit unconventional. Usually you just have a basic number, but some of these relate to the height of the sign. The higher it goes, the further back it has to be set. So that's what those are related to. Here's the subject property we're talking about. I believe we dealt with the conditional use back in the start of the year to allow for the drive-through portion of the restaurant. A restaurant is a permitted use. And here's a graphic, there's probably more details in your docket, of all the different signage that the applicant is proposing. As you can see, the majority of it relates to drive-through types of signage. So the menu board, directional signage of where do you go, how do you get in the queue, how do you leave, and then where do you park when you're waiting for your order and that sort of thing. The other thing of note is the pylon sign, the golden arches, I guess we can say, for the McDonald's that will be taller there. So that's all I have on this, Mr. Mayor. If council does wish to approve this, there are 3 conditions on this. 2 standard conditions, that it's limited to what's being proposed. If there's any changes, it's got to come back to council, as well as that they obtain all required permits from our office and the municipality, as well as that they obtain all required permits from Manitoba Transportation Infrastructure. This is a pretty common request from infrastructure and requirement, just because it's right next to a provincial truck highway and it's within the control zone, so they wanted a second look, just to have a look at that. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you, sir.
What did you say about Manitoba Highways?
Yeah. They have a condition that the applicants also obtain a permit from them. So the property is within the control zone because it's right next to the highway.
Okay.
So that's pretty common when you have something right next to the highway.
So they want a permit for the signs within the control zone?
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions for the planner? Does Councillor Kleiber have any questions? I can't see her, so no, she doesn't have any questions.
Doesn't look like it.
So the McDonald's sign, does McDonald's have sort of a standardized height for signs, or is it any height that they want?
I think that would be a good question for the applicants.
Okay. Okay, any other questions? Okay, can the applicant come forward, please?
Hello, Council. Etienne Gosweiler, 4008 34 Ave.
Okay, go ahead. Explain your reason for
Yeah.
the application.
So, appreciate the opportunity to be before you. And so, I'd like to kind of break it into 2 pieces as the planner was kind of describing. So the main package is our standard package that you see pretty much across Canada as far as the menu order boards, you know, the height restrictor to make sure that large trucks don't come through and break off the overhangs on our drive-through, and all these things do happen. The other signage, you know, most of it is, I would say, probably 3 feet tall. It's just wayfinding in the drive-through entrance. And I believe when we came in for the variance, there was concerns about, you know, managing traffic and how do people get in there. And so a lot of it is just to make sure that it's seamless and people come and go from there. There was a question around pylon signage. So we adjust our signage based on location. So we do have kind of a standard, depending if we're right adjacent to a smaller roadway, and that might be something like 30 feet, as was mentioned earlier on. I recently built one in Ontario, and we got a variance approved there for 60 feet. And again, the reason being is it was near the 401. And so we're trying to get that traffic, catch the traffic that's driving by, and obviously pull people into a smaller town in that case. So I can't say it's standardized everywhere. It's kind of case by case. This one was identified early on by our field services team and our senior leadership as, a site that was really a prime example to, try to get larger signage just because of that. And so I personally came out here earlier this year with the crane truck, and we kind of tested different heights, looking to try to see from the ring road height and kind of capture some visibility, behind Windsor and everything else going to be built there, coming eastbound on perimeter and then also coming westbound. And really, like, the reason we propose this height is the challenge is westbound. There's a whole bunch of growth and stuff, so by the time you get towards the turnoff, if you don't see something, from a little distance, you're probably going to miss that turnoff. And so I'm speaking from the business case, obviously, to try to bring traffic in and help our operator. And again, not even talking to him once the operator was onboarded recently. For one of the first things he said is, can we do a larger sign here? And I said, well, matter of fact, we're just working through, talking to the planners about that and have a variance hearing as well. So, ultimately it's important for business. I understand there's probably a lot of residents in the room here that have their own opinion or concerns because they live nearby. We kind of looked at it from different angles and seeing that this is a commercial corridor right near that highway, and thought it was worth the ask anyways, or the conversation. We also noted that, just down the road, and I don't know if that's on a highway right away, there is a huge communication tower that, towers way above this. Also, I was relatively surprised because when we were planning and building that 60-foot sign in Ontario, I thought this would be like a behemoth. When it was built, we all kind of questioned whether they built it to the right size. It didn't look quite that tall. And some people in the room might kind of, scoff at that, but that was my experience. So really, it's try to drive traffic and get that, access from the perimeter highway is really the approach. And also in my past world, I was on the developer side, and so we did a lot of sites that are multi-tenanted retail power centers, and a lot of times they get approvals to put up these cell phone towers, which are also, I would say, similar size. So we're open to the dialogue, if there's concerns about the height. And the other thing too is, we were asked to kind of take it away a little bit from the road, and so we were trying to explore how to satisfy some of those concerns, and so we could go a bit more internal in the site as well, if that's more palatable to council. Really, I'd leave it there for right now. And the digital portion, again, is a kind of a brand standard now. It's on most of our, pylon signage. Just Egg McMuffin deals, whatever is coming up, McHappy Day. And so, again, and if that sizing doesn't quite work, I think we can look at modifying something. I do want to make council aware that we're at week 6 of construction, and we have, a tight timeline, and so we are, we're kind of an 18 to 20 week build. And so, we don't have the privilege, I guess, of exploring this for many more months, and I'm not putting any undue pressure on council, but we do have to also resolve it on our side, because we need to feed conduit to the pylon sign and sort out the logistics of construction if we were to kind of get approval, and if not, we have to go back to the drawing board and explore how to achieve that. So,
Councilor Shea, go ahead.
I don't have a problem with the rest of your standard signage that you're having through your drive-through, all that stuff, direction. I've got a problem with the height on the bollard. That's gonna be straight out. I think that's the only concern I have. I understand the rest of your package is standard, like you said, through all your other stores. I just think that, the Golden Arches, you might need approval from St. Andrews Airport by the time you put that.
What if we put a banner that's sponsored by West St. Paul or partner with?
Well, no, but I'm saying, to me, that's too high. That's basically my only concern.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Councilor Campbell.
Let Councilor Kleiber go.
Oh, Councilor Kleiber, go ahead.
Yeah, to the applicant, isn't that your standard height of sign for McDonald's, one, the large one?
is it your
Is
standard?
this a standard height?
Yes, that's what you asked.
That's your standard that you always do, right?
No, I was saying depending on the zone and the type of project and property, we kind of tailor it. So this would be the standard larger one, but like across the board, if you visit 20 McDonald's, you'll probably see something between 30 to probably 40 feet.
Okay, so question for you. Why is this height chosen for this property?
So I don't know if you heard, so I came to site, so we use a third party, Pattison Signs does all of our signage, it's a national agreement, and they have a group that we do either balloon test or, in this case, we did a crane test, and so the reason for that is just to kind of test and see where you can actually see the heights, and so I went from up this way, towards the project site, and you couldn't see it, I think, at 60-ish feet, like when you kind of get up on the overpass there. So again, just trying to figure out the turnoffs from every direction. I mean, south would probably be easier, but just to try to capture all directions of traffic is why we landed at 85.
Yeah, I understand that, especially on the perimeter.
Yeah.
Okay, good, thank you for that explanation, I appreciate that.
Any other question, Councilor Campbell? Go ahead.
So, let's say, another city on a main, something that's close to the 401, what type of height are you at if you have a McDonald's close to, whatever, 400, 401, 427? What type of height is your sign there?
It varies on the project. I can only speak to the ones that I've done, the ones I've experienced with. So this was in the London area, down the road, actually a small town, probably a little bit like Oakbank or something like that.
Sure.
But we were, a good stone's throw, so a couple quarter sections off the main highway. And so that was even more important to try to bring traffic in. That was about 60 feet. But again, it depends on the municipality, whether they're pro signage, not specific location. There is another one down the road in London. As you drive through London, is on the north, and on the south, there's an even larger one. Again, it's been there for years. I couldn't find the information on it, but that one is a three-sided, it's on a tower, and I would say that one is probably similar height to this, but it was built into the development, I think, at the time.
Okay. So I'll tell you where I'm at with this one. I've had quite a few emails, and this is my area. I do get it's a business, and you are trying to draw in business. The way I look at it, for me, doesn't matter what height I say I'm okay with. Residents are gonna probably not like it. I think I would be okay with 50 feet. Like I said, I've had some emails, even tonight while I've been sitting here, going back and forth with a couple people, sort of asking their opinion, right? So, that's kind of what my thoughts are. I think 50 feet is still gonna be high, but I hope the residents would be okay with that, so.
Thanks.
Any other comments?
Yeah, just curious. You talk about a science, that there's a bit of a science about it. And there could be some mathematics, right? So if it was lower than 80, what's your magic number? And at what point does it not make sense?
I'd have to go back. So it's a good question. I did take photo and video, kind of, because what we did, we started at, I think, 30 feet, which was the allowable height. And then we kind of boomed up, and I would do a loop again of all three axes just to try to see what was happening.
Yep.
So your question is, what if we lowered it? And what's kind of the magic?
What's your threshold?
Yeah, so
what's your minimum?
Science is probably the wrong word. I mean, it's kind of a little bit of this. I took it upon myself because I thought it'd be a great asset to this property, and so we went for it. I mean, the one counselor said 50 feet. I believe at 50 feet it's still visible when you're coming. You'd have to come around the corner where the housing and that cell phone tower is on the perimeter, and then you'd probably still catch it in time, depending on. It sounds like the Costco is going, whatever else, so it will eventually be buried. I mean, we can provide more scientific sort of, not scientific, we can provide more accurate measurements or even do some view calculations that, similar to when you do a shadow study or whatever, where you can see the view portals from the perimeter and provide more info. But 50 feet would do well, just coming from the east going west. Like I said, that was really the reason to pop it up that little bit extra bit. So I think we saw around 60, 65 was pretty good visibility. 85 catches the traffic from east going west, and then also from Main Street heading south before you turn off.
Okay, thank you.
And sorry, just one more thing, because the perimeter, the overpass there, and even coming from this road, that overall property, that Meadowlands area is set down a bit too. And so that was, I think, part of the reason.
So I have a question for the planner. What's the height of Costco? Did it say or not?
The maximum height, I believe, for buildings is 35 feet.
35 feet? Okay. So that's where Costco will be at also?
That's their max.
Yeah, Costco has not proposed any pylon signs.
No, the building of Costco.
The
Costco's
building
building.
of Costco, yeah.
35 feet.
Yeah,
Would
okay.
be the max.
That's the maximum height. Okay, good, thank you. Okay. I'll answer my question, I know where I am.
Okay.
Any other questions? Councillor Kleiber? Got any questions for the applicant? No? Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I ask a question of the planner, just to clarify?
Go ahead.
That, the traffic impact study or whatever, can you expand on that, just as far as the timing and what that involves? Because again, that may play into our decision of what we want to do here based on timings.
We pulled that out of the condition.
Oh, okay.
No.
Is it on this one too?
No, it's not a traffic impact study, it's that you're required to also get a permit from the highways department.
Sorry, yeah, ministry or transportation
Yeah.
permit. Can you just clarify the timelines and what's involved with that?
I don't know what their timelines are, but we'd be happy to give you their contact information as to how to obtain the permits. I'm not familiar how they process or how good they are.
And one more question on that. You mentioned a certain corridor. Where does that end? Because, I mean,
The control zone?
Control zone.
That's, yeah, I figured that.
Because our property is almost hitting residential, so like, how wide of a swath do they have a say over?
There is a buffer around all provincial trunk highways as well as around the interchanges. I don't have my computer, so I can't show you on our GIS mapping system. I don't have that number, but the buffer does go into your property area.
Thanks.
Okay, good.
But you could always go back to the planning board office, where they can work it out with you. You said it says on here to be determined, correct?
Yeah.
So you could, if it was out of that control zone, would they still need a permit from MTI or whoever asked for it?
I doubt it. It's usually not.
I think aside from the decision of the council, that's a big impact on us too, so. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we'll start off with anyone for,
Yes, we have Chris West, he was joining us online, but he was having trouble hearing the council.
okay,
So he asked that any questions be directed to Mr. Toscano.
okay,
Also in support is Jagjit Gill.
okay. See here? Okay, you're good? Okay, good.
In opposition is Paulette Monita.
Paulette, is that you? Okay.
Just give both your names. Yeah.
I'm Paulette Manita. We live at 23 Caravel Lane.
Michael Manita, same address in Riverdale.
So we are here against the 85-foot pylon sign. And we want to address this based on the fact that it does not fit within the aesthetic, and it's not compatible with the neighborhood, the residential neighborhood in which we live, and in which an 85-foot sign would be visible. So I'm going to address each of the rationale provided by the applicant. So from the applicant shared that they did some testing with a boom to determine what height would be seen. What they were trying to avoid was the westbound view of the growth in that area. Well, that growth is our area. So the fact that you could see it from the perimeter as visible above the growth of Riverdale, if I sit on my front porch, I will see the McDonald's sign. So that is against what that visibility impacts our residents' sky view, and that sense that we're not in a residential community, that we're so close to the commercial aspect. Thank you. One of the reasons that was put forward is the operational success. We heard earlier today that there's 7,600 cars in and out of Costco in that same stretch, I don't think they have to worry about operational success with that amount of traffic going by. So the size of the sign to be seen from the perimeter is, the size of the sign to be seen.
Yeah, the mic's not for the Zoom meeting, it's, our system's
okay.
coming for that, so it's just kinda.
Okay, very good. So the size of the sign and the number of traffic going through there, from an operational success perspective, there's 7,600 cars going by there daily. As well, just coming to understanding consumer behavior, most people have a McDonald's app on their phone. They can find McDonald's when they want to find McDonald's. Branding and corporate identity was the third item. They can effectively brand their sign at a lesser height than 85 feet. And I'd like it to be a sign that I can't see from my front porch. But there's lots of trees in our area. If it can be non-visible from the residential neighborhood, that would be, to be able to be visible from traffic, that's fine. They talk about context and precedence. Where is there a precedent in Winnipeg from the perimeter where a sign of that size is in place? That I would like to see. I'd like that, because it says there are, but there's no details as to where they're anticipating that's coming from. As well, I don't buy the cell tower as a precedent, because that is not a branding, that is not a sign. That is something that is not in your face and not lit up without the little lights so planes don't run into them. So I have no problems with the signage within the lot. That is something that is there for safety and wayfinding. That is not where my dispute is. It is simply against the 85-foot pylon sign.
And the only example we could find, and actually if you found a Google Street View version of it, was on, and it's different jurisdiction, I understand, but South Pembina, their McDonald's, just as before you leave the city, is 500 meters from the off-ramp. There's a sign that says it right there. Very much more surrounded by residential and also on both sides, but has a very much more normal size.
Like 30, 40-foot sign.
And we tried thinking of any other business that has something of that scope, and we couldn't think of it. But
Yeah, and just for context, so people understand, the size of the building that's there right now is 18 feet. If you add the sign where the McDonald's goes on there, it's 28 feet. The sign that's being proposed is 3 times the size of that. That's like being on a freeway in the US as you're coming towards any US city. And as Councillor Cliver said earlier, this sets a precedent. So right now the bylaw is 30. We'd just be cautious that sets a precedent and we end up with US style signage. So.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, come on up.
So this is not, I don't have to speak into it.
Just say your name, your address.
Okay, so my name is Ralph Isaac. I'm at 465 Addis Avenue, southwest kitty corner to the McDonald's. Lights flash as it is right now in my window. We've black blind our whole north side of the house. My wife has actually moved out of our bedroom into another one because of that. This is going to create more marital problems, but that's not your problem. Anyways, so I looked at the drawings. First thing, and my background, Department of Highways, also worked for MI, Manitoba Infrastructure, Bridges and Structures, and Traffic Engineering. So when you're talking about your right-of-ways, PTH, I was going to give you a number, but you can look that up. 44 years, 5 months, and 3 days with them. Before that, Dominion Bridge. You know the line that goes from Ponton to Genpeg? Well, we put it in when I was at Dominion Bridge to make the power come into Genpeg so they could build the structure in the 60s. And then now they use it going the other way, DC line. So that's my background. I handled all of the overhead sign structures, every one you see going around the perimeter, whether it's aluminum or steel. Number 8 and 101 was the last set that we did. And the first thing I looked when I was looking at these drawings is, how come nobody sealed them? It's a requirement for all sign structures in the province of Manitoba. All structures in the province of Manitoba have to be sealed by someone who is licensed to practice in the province of Manitoba. So even if a guy is in BC, he could apply for that, and they would check the education, and there's reciprocity. He could have 2 or 3 different stamps, seals, to seal these drawings. They're not sealed. I can guarantee you this was all done by draftspeople and by technicians. First thing I looked at was in the, what did the guy put on the sign? To be determined for the location. How can you make a decision whether that sign should be higher or lower or whatever? But I took that as an indication, and I decided to check out the lines of sight. So forward flashers coming across the bridge, going westbound, yeah, 85 feet will show, so will about 35, 40 feet will show when you're on top of the hump of the bridge. But here's the thing, this is what highways are gonna ask you guys. So they're all coming around there at 100 plus kilometers an hour. Traffic rush. You think somebody's gonna see the McDonald's and all of a sudden put the brakes on? And do I use that downturn or do I have to go under the bridge? So you have to make a decision. That's gonna cause accidents, so I suspect that highways is gonna be on your case. That was my job, to check lines of sight. Normally, when you put anchor bolts, I'm gonna start with the piles. So it said that the contractor has to check how deep the frost goes in the ground. So I've lived here all my life, I'm 77 years old plus, and I'll tell you right now that the water table rises up to within, on my property, I built it up 18 inches, so it comes up to about 60 inches in the wettest weather you can ever see. So these guys are gonna put piles on top of that. If it's a dry season and this water goes down, these piles are gonna wanna shift. They haven't checked and told you how deep the frost is in that area. And that's not for me to tell you, but those piles aren't deep enough to go past the frost a bit. And they should be a little bit past the frost. As big as they are, they're as heavy as they are, there's going to be subjected to a whole bunch of moments on them, so there's going to be a problem. So they call for A307 anchor bolts. Any engineer worth his salt is going to tell you whether it's a 307A or a B. That should be in there. One is stronger than the other one, and one is used for high heat and one is not. That's up to the guys that are submitting that to make sure that their engineers are looking at this. So they ask for grout. They say high strength, non-shrink. But because their anchor bolts, okay, are not galvanized, which the provinces all are, and galvanize all the anchor bolts, they should have non-metallic written in there. Non-shrink, high strength, non-metallic. So it doesn't form a battery and all of a sudden your anchor bolts start rusting at the bottom where the concrete meets the anchor bolt. So failure, those kind of ones have a tendency to rust out a little bit and they start pulling up. All our anchor bolts have an L shape on them. Okay, so the steel structure. So they say the tube is going to be A500. Well, there's an A, B, or a C. So if I asked you right now which one would you take, you say, well, A is probably better, right? In school it is, but not in this case. So they have to specify what kind of tubing they're going to use if they want to call it a high-strength tube. Concrete, there's no concrete mix design. You can't leave it up to somebody like Supercrete or Conforce used to be, the supplying Winnipeg Supply, that they're going to do the mix design. There has to be a proper mix design because the type of soils that we have in here are very, very phosphate full. And they really chew on concrete. That's why when you pour your driveway, the guy says, it's a driveway. Well, we use different cement for the driveway. It's your basement, we use a different basement. So that's not on the drawings. Then I put the depth of piles, those 30-inch piles. They call for the person to check the frost and they may be lengthened. How are you gonna know unless you have an inspector on site while they're doing those piles that they've gone down deeper than the frost is supposed to be, or they're just gonna do it to the plan there. You know, some are only 4 feet 3 inches. Good luck. On that structure there, that pile, our piles on just those overhead sign structures, they're 8 meters down, 26 feet. And they're a heck of a lot bigger. So just keep that in mind. So this really, I'm trying to say is that Highways is gonna ask you specifically where it's gonna go. Because what they need to know is, if that structure falls over, and Hydro's gonna be really concerned too, there's a main power line going right in front there. All along that, it's all exposed. It's not underground, it's on top. Even when I was putting up the overhead sign structures, I had to have a Hydro guy there, and he was checking me so that I didn't even come close to it, let alone my structure is gonna fall. But having 2 legs rather than 1, obviously it's not gonna fall. Mine are going this way with the traffic for, you know, his is standing, freestanding. So that thing's gonna go all over the place, which I have to bring up. Historically, Manitoba at one time was the only province in Canada that had an EF5 tornado that went through Elie. So we're talking 386 miles per hour. Okay, we had one sign structure that was subjected to 247 miles per hour at Freeport by Portage la Prairie, and it was a cantilever. They said it swayed like crazy. It's still up there, it's still operating, because it's built to certain standards. Now, I would have done a log bore, tell you what the soil's like, you know exactly what you're putting your concrete into, but when you have commercial buildings that are under a certain square area, according to the Canada Code, there's a section 4 that they would fall under, and it says, it's not specified, but it's deemed almost necessary. Sort of, I'm just couching my words a little bit, but that's what they say. If it was made under 9, a bigger building, then they have to put it in, I'm sorry. They have to do some log borings. Nothing on there. Structure, oh, 15. So, in the preamble that they gave us for this, there was a comment about the a microwave tower that's in the corner. At the time that Dave Oster was the reviewer, we got it changed from it would have been the southeast corner of the lumber yard to where it is over there. Just, we wanted to move it out, and it was only because I'm sitting here and telling them the same thing I'm telling you. There's something wrong with this. Land goes from the Red River up towards Stony Mountain. In the 50 flood, Stony Mountain and Stonewall were the only places that didn't have water. So when I pointed out that they could gain a foot on their tower just by moving it to that corner, they were all in for it, because it's line of sight. Same thing with the people that are building this tower. You can't expect people, I love the one about the cell phone. Hey, where's McDonald's? We went all the way to BC Victoria. Where do you guys want to stop? McDonald's, okay, look it up. Boom, bang. GPS it, you're in. And that's the way you find these things nowadays. Kids don't want to go, Dad, how long do I have to look? I'm hungry. That's how you get there. So that was a real good comment. I was going to put that in there too. So I think that they need a letter of approval from Hydro, Manitoba Hydro, specifically pointing out the fact that if it's too high and it falls into those tower lines, it will disrupt so much electricity going into all our southern neighborhoods that somebody's going to catch heck. I'd say something else, but and MI definitely. MI is going to ask you, if it falls down, will it impinge on our highway? Will it cause any kind of traffic flow problems or whatever? Now, so I looked at the structure, and it's the typical pole structure that you put part on part. I'm not sure if it's going to be welded or bolted through. Didn't show that in the drawing. 3 sections. For it to stand, it's going to have to be galvanized, so I suspect it's going to be three whatever. But the drawing, if it's based on the way I see the drawing based on, it's got nothing to. Canada Code is pretty weak. All our sign structures are under the luminaries under AASHTO, which is, I hate to say this, you guys, it's the American Association for State Highway and Transportation Offices. these people have been building these things and they've been filling on like crazy, and they're right at the top of the list. And there's a new code out, and I'm looking at the codes that they were using, 2005, 2009, and 2012. Well, if they're not designed to the newest codes, I would reject it offhand. Because there's so many things that have changed in the galvanizing, embrittlement of bolts, everything. So you're looking at a structure that's a place that's gonna fail. Case in point, even on a 4-leg structure crossing over number 9 highway, Manitoba Hydro had a corner tower, which was, guy stayed, and 3 other structures on a shear wind that was only 137 miles per hour, took them out. But it just hit him just right, okay, on the oblique. Hey, this thing is standing up in the middle, and it's up in the middle of nowhere. Really, it just has to clear Windsor plywood, has to clear the McDonald's, whatever, and people will see it. Because it's fairly structured. I mean, the out to out is 15 and some feet. The little bit in is something like 15 feet. And it's, I forget, a foot wide. And you're putting that up on top there. It doesn't weigh much. It's made of plastic and a few other things. But if it comes down, so is the tower. So I'm just dead set at the height. I think they should, you give them a few feet, maybe 35, 40 max, so that their signs clear the buildings. Because a guy coming down the west perimeter, he's not gonna make that turn without going in the ditch, as happened a few times in the winter time. Coming around the corners, come south on Main. And also, if you're coming over that side, you only see it after you get over the bridge. You don't see it before the bridge because you're not looking at the side of the bridge, you're looking at your traffic in front of you, and you've got 2 lanes over there, you've got a shy lane over there, and the barrier in a lot of the newer cars, unless you're in a van or SUV or a little bit higher up, you're fairly low. So, and what I did was I stopped just before the middle of the bridge, put my forward flashes on, and did one of my former inspections, and I had a look. And if the thing is, if that structure there was just above Windsor and just above with the height of the thing, you would catch it from there, there, and there. So I decided to go around the perimeter, come back in, and when I stopped and I was looking at the site, you don't need that structure. It's going to be it would be very impressive, but I would suspect that if in the high winds and the changing weather that we're having nowadays, that they would have a heck of a problem keeping it up, and somebody's going to get hurt. And it might just be we get our worst blizzards from the south. In case you guys didn't know that, it's not from the north. Anyways, so what could happen is it could blow over and knock Windsor plywood out of commission. Could blow over and take their own structure out of commission. But the worst that could happen is if it took down those power lines, and when they go, you have that much voltage in there, they snap. They hit the ground and they start jumping all over the place. If there's kids around or whatever, shouldn't be in a high wind, parents, that we need to lower the structure. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Anyone?
Can I ask a question, Matt?
Go ahead. Go-
To the planner, are these spec drawings or are these like conceptual drawings?
These would be conceptual drawings, Councillor. At the building permit stage, we require stamped and sealed drawings.
So those would come
If,
with the permit?
if this was approved and they applied for their permits, that's absolutely correct.
I don't know who was speaking now, but my husband's in the steel business, and I just checked with him about whether all anchor bolts are galvanized, and he said, no, 90% are not galvanized, only if the engineer specifies to be galvanized. So that comment was made, that is not true comment. I don't know if it's just for the design, but anchor bolts are generally not galvanized. But as far as the specs, I understand the concerns about specifications and the changing the staff drawings, but if that's coming later on, that's okay, that's fine with me. Anyway, there's some good points brought up. Thank you.
Okay. Any other?
We also have Rosanna Belisano in opposition.
Rosanna?
Yeah.
And Stephen.
Name and address, please.
Rosanna Belisario,
Okay.
31 River Elm Drive.
And Stephen Jupin, 31 River Elm Drive.
Okay.
So our property backs on to Main Street, so we would be, like our backyard would see that sign. I agree with a lot of the points that were made. This isn't Toronto, like, this isn't the 401 that you need to go off these ramps and stuff. Like, if you're on the perimeter, you're gonna go past the McDonald's, so it just seems a bit overkill. Also, it is very archaic. You have your phone, you see it on your GPS on your car, you see if a McDonald's is coming up, so how that actually affects business for McDonald's seems a bit irrelevant. Just the way it sounded like they're just seeing what they could get, and we're community members, we live here, this is our home, like we've made West St. Paul our home, so it's more, means more to us, obviously, than McDonald's. So we should make those considerations, it's unnecessary.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your time.
In opposition is Ogo Chakujama.
Do you have any new comments than otherwise that was said? No?
Yes, I do actually. Thank you, sir, for the specs that you gave with regards to.
Sorry, name and address.
Sorry, my name is Ogo Chukujama, and I live at 10 Mirabel Road. That's in River Glen. I will just skip many of the ones that have been mentioned already, but a quick Google search for the height, 85 feet, would have you at an 8-foot building. That's pretty high. And as we well know, Winnipeg is pretty flat. You can't miss something that high, and it's got lights on it. So the light pollution, you could see that from practically every residential building within 400 feet of the place. So I think it's too high. A quick search for the average height of McDonald's signs on pylons in the States. You have it at 50 feet in the States, and in Canada it's about 45 feet. So it sounds to me like at 85 feet, it sounds like a proof of concept that it can be done in Manitoba. He mentioned cell towers as being that high. Cell towers are an essential infrastructure we have to live with. A McDonald's sign at 85 feet is not something that is essential that we have to live with. So I don't understand the comparison for that. They've mentioned apps to get to it, so that's fine. But we're talking about a McDonald's that is just in front of a Costco. So I don't think you'll lack traffic to it. You'll have to literally drive past it to get to the Costco. I'm happy boats are coming in. I love the Mickey D coming in, but 85 feet, that's a bit too much, I think. I think as well, if we have a sign on a pylon that high, if nobody else is going to say it, I'm going to say it. I think it would be detrimental to our property value because it's getting too commercial. When it looks that way, it almost feels like you're driving into Vegas at that height. So again, not the best. And then finally, as part of my job, I recruit physicians, and I've convinced quite a lot of physicians to move into West St. Paul. And quick phone call last night with 2 or 3 of them, and they're going, I don't want to live with something that high. It just feels like I moved into the wrong neighborhood. So there is that as well. It's difficult to sell, West St. Paul. It's difficult to sell West St. Paul if we're looking at signs that are that high. Yeah, I think that's about it. The rest have been mentioned by different people. Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you very much.
Also in opposition is Stephen, it looks like Oachby.
Yep.
Thank you. Same comment.
Same comments? Okay, thank you very much.
Delina Chakujama.
Same comments?
Same.
Same comments, okay.
Selena Araya. Same comment, yeah.
Yep, who's, okay.
Norma
What-
Alberg, 312 Evelyn Avenue.
So, do you have any-
I agree with the comments that have been made, and I think that we're very fortunate to have such expertise in our residents here in West St. Paul. The thing that does concern me also, and I'd like to reiterate the last comment about light pollution.
Okay.
So I don't live in the immediate neighborhood. I live a little bit further away. I think for the immediate neighborhood, if they were stargazing, they would be only seeing the McDonald's sign. They'd be looking up. For me, I go out in my backyard regularly, and the last best aurora that I viewed was to that direction. Now I would be seeing just the yellow sign. Also, during the hearing for the McDonald's coming in, there was a comment that at the outset, it would be not a 24-hour, and that they would see how the business evolved. So this is showing that 24-hour part of the sign up at the 85 feet. And so my question would be, when is that expected, that it would shift to a 24-hour, since it was confirmed during the original conditional use that it not be the 24 hours for a time. So I understand they're coming from Ontario and they're used to the 401 in Toronto and all that. Having grown up in Nova Scotia, I'm used to rolling hills and small mountains. But since I've lived the 50 years here in Manitoba, I've often heard them say, you know, how flat are the prairies? Well, if a dog is running away, their owner in Winnipeg can watch them go for 3 days. So I think this is overkill, clearly. It's, there's no need of it. I think of the extremely mature trees in my yard, which to us are very tall, and they're 40 feet, maybe up to 50 feet, so this is even well above that. And I understand for the immediate neighborhood, the residents who've been speaking, that is all that they will see actually over and above their mature trees, which are in Riverdale.
Okay, thank you. Right.
Councillor Kleiber had a comment?
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Kleiber.
Yeah, before the applicant comes back for rebuttal, I have a question that I'd like to think about when they come back. And that's this. There was a comment made that we needed the sign bigger so it could be seen on the highway. I get that, because you see that in the States all the time, the very big signs, so when you're on the highway, you see that. Has the applicant considered or talked to MI about having a sign that says McDonald's ahead, take exit? As the one gentleman said, oh, there's gonna be accidents, people trying to get McDonald's. So has there been some kind of consideration of putting something like that on the highway, or you say, take the Main Street exit to go to McDonald's, and then maybe we don't need such a big sign? That's, I'd just like them to think about that next time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any more for opposition?
Yes, we also have Colleen Potchula in opposition.
Okay. State your name, address.
Colleen Catchlock, 6 Mirabelle Road in Riverdale, and I'm going to echo a lot of the things that have already been said. I think the clear issue is sort of really that we need to sort of respect that there still is a very significant residential component, and I think we know, respecting that there's going to be commercial development, there still has to be a way to sort of work while also still not necessarily having an impact detrimentally to residents, and really sort of thinking about how out of scope this kind of seems vis-a-vis the residential areas that are there in terms of the 85. That's I think the key issue there. I'm very concerned again with the light pollution that potentially is there. There already is the very significant Meadowland sign that is contributing to some of that already. And when we think about something that is almost 3 times the height of what the bylaws actually sort of start you at, I think that we really need to pause and take a look at what really makes sense in terms of the aesthetics of the community, what seems like, so that it doesn't seem like it's out of scope and out of how we want our communities to feel and how we want our residents to feel when we are living and oftentimes working within our communities, and really want to make sure that there is this kind of healthy respect for the needs and the concerns that the residents are bringing forward around many of the issues that have already been raised tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
One question for you.
Yes.
Yeah, good comments. What, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, good comments. What's your plan for how council will vote today on this? Like, is there like a threshold for flexibility, or what are you thinking?
I mean, to me, you have bylaws, and you have a bylaw as a starting point, and to me that seems like a fairly reasonable place to start that consideration. I think there's been a number of things raised in other ways that people can access information about where things like these chain kind of restaurants are located. It's not sort of a mom and pop where it's a one-off. We have apps, there's Google Maps, there's all sorts of different technologies that will help people do that. This is also not a 401 where people are sort of traveling constantly, looking for a truck stop kind of thing. This still is sort of the ring road to the city. And those who are likely going to use that on-ramp and off-ramp probably will already have a good sense and good knowledge of what exists on their path between their comings and goings in and out of West St. Paul and into the city, or out of the city and into West St. Paul.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any others for opposition?
We received a few letters of opposition. One was from Michael Albert. He noted that he thinks that it will be an eyesore and that it won't serve benefit to the residents. We received opposition from Al Shripka. He noted in his email that hydro poles that are on the west side, the height of those would be 46 feet.
Sorry, what number?
46 is what he noted. He also said that there was a variant sign visible on the property. Kim and Patrick Shripka, they also noted that it was high and would attract a crazy amount of traffic to the area. Registered for information, we have Eleanor Lake.
I changed mine to opposed. Thank you.
And lastly, Jerry Belenky for information.
So any of that going to add any just new
I am, because everybody's speaking about the height.
Yep.
And we're also increasing the width of the sign, making it bigger. And I don't think, first of all, for the height of the sign, I don't think we have to be able to see from Henderson Highway across the river. That's first of all. Secondly, I agree with all the wind blowing down. We had 70-mile-an-hour winds the other day, was just wrecking things. But the sign width, we have residents that pay a lot of money for these houses. We're not obligated to conform every wish of the developers or of the business people. We have to have some respect for the residents. I mean, they're gonna sit, sometime comes out, it's very short, we're gonna sit in our backyards and we're gonna look at this blaring thing. I don't know how strong the lights are gonna be, but they are pretty strong, so I don't know what the looms are gonna be, I don't know even if it's listed. But I don't think we have to go above the 30 feet. Really don't. Not obligated. We have enough accidents on the perimeter highway every day. If we have to contribute to it, traffic is fast. Not all drivers are equal. So I don't think we should alter the height. It was there for a purpose. McDonald's don't do well. I mean, I think everybody in the room had a McDonald's hamburger at one time or another, so I think they'll find it if they want it. So I don't think that's an issue.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Any others? Oh, okay, so can we have the applicant come forward again, please?
So I want to be against.
Do you want to change it to against?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you get that? Okay, go ahead. So I guess there were some concerns about the height, the light, and those are probably the biggest concerns.
So there was a lot there. I did take notes to try to make sure I answer everybody's questions and comments. And and I'll go through it one by one. I want to thank everybody for the participation, and I understand that you live nearby. It's easy to be seen as the big bad, corporate entity that's anonymous, but I mean, honestly, I grew up in small town Saskatchewan. I live in Western Canada, not from Toronto. So I just want to say I brought up the 401 example because I built that, and it's like the closest example I have of proximity to what I would actually say is quite a similar road. 2 lanes going both ways, turn-offs, and that's the only reason I brought that up. So forget Ontario as far as context on the rest of that. Yeah, so growth, when I said growth, I should clarify, I meant the trees. And so I'm talking about the turnoff prior to Main Street turnoff as you're heading that way. Whatever that, there's trees and stuff along that waterway, that's what I meant, until you really get close to actually the Main Street turnoff. The Costco point, I heard that 3-4 times. We weren't privy to that, and I know anybody else who's been through the planning development process, this goes back for us many months, and you go for an application, you have to get refused, and then book this and whatever the council time that's available. So honestly, we heard something recently, and this is kind of news to us today, about traffic counts and additional growth in the neighborhood. So that's good to know. We'll definitely take that away. That'll drive business for everybody in the neighborhood. I think the one council already addressed it as far as stamp drawings. We are a very professional, reputable organization that has a huge global standard, and so we would never build something that is not to top quality. Pattison is our national partner. I can't speak to all the specifics because the signage party was supposed to be on the call, and I think they had trouble patching in or hearing. So I won't get into responding to everything, but the councillor was right. We do have to get engineering drawings. We have a full geotechnical. I would say that the...
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. I'd like you to continue, but I hear talking, and I'm having a hard time hearing the applicant live. So I don't know who's talking into the mics, but I can't hear the applicant very well. So please continue, but can you just speak a little bit louder? Thank you.
Yeah, I will speak louder. Yeah, so there's a whole formal process, and I would say that the RM and Red River Planning has a very robust engineering review system, and it was actually, it took quite a while for us to finally secure our permits for the build. So I have no concerns personally about engineering. And again, I think that's just additional comments. I mean, mostly I think we're concerned about the height. Obviously, nobody's going to install a sign that isn't approved and engineered. And Pattison being our national partner, any engineer that is part of an engineering association is not going to stamp something that they're liable for. So I just want to give everybody some assurance, like we're not, doesn't matter whether the sign is 20 feet or 80 feet, we're not putting something in that has risk to it that'll be detrimental to ourselves and all the parties. So concrete foundation.
Lumina.
Sorry?
The lights, the amount of light coming off the sign.
Yeah, I mean, again,
the width of the sign.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in a number of different council hearings, and I know like it's emotional for a lot of people because people have their houses and their lives are impacted or feel they're impacted, and I don't want to throw around things around light pollution because you really have to take a calculation and then do a modeling to see at what height, and I'm not a signage expert in the sense of how many lumens a sign is throwing off at 85 feet up in the air. I can tell you they're not super bright, but again, if we want to get into numbers and metrics around that, we can provide that. But I won't comment any further on the lighting specifically. Yeah, we're here to work with your team. Again, a lot of comments made about design, quality, permits, risk, sign falling over, and I would lump that all into, we build quality projects and we have quality partners, and we partner with quality municipalities that also do a thorough review. So yeah. And then I did a quick scale. I don't know the measurements offhand, but just for everybody's, I guess, benefit, the property, off Main Street going up Windsor, is over 200 feet, and the other way is 400 feet at the wider side or more. So, I heard some comments again about the sign falling over, and again, we can place whatever sign more center to the site if that provides more assurance as well, whether it's the 85-foot application or something else. So again, it's a large property, and when we talk about a building of the same size, the massing is just proportionally way different. So I appreciate the height comment and the similarities, but I mean, it's actually a very small pole in the sense of comparing it to that. So I just want to give some scale when you look on the site.
Mr. Mayor,
Yep.
Councilor Clyburn has a comment.
Go ahead, Councilor Clyburn.
So to the applicant here, I posed a question to you. What about putting a sign on the perimeter saying, take the exit ramp Main Street to go to McDonald's? You know, you see these all the time in the States. They have the big sign and then they have food, gas, etc. And then you take the off. Because that's one of the complaints one of the residents had. Now what about doing something like that, reducing the height of the sign, rather than making the sign that people get off the path?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I did hear your question. I've got it marked down. It came further down, so I was going through sort of one by one in the order that I had them, but I will comment on that. The next question that I had was, yeah, that one. So the way that works for us is that is done when it's allowed. Again, internally, it's a big group, so I'm part of the restaurant development team. So we're responsible to work with real estate on, securing a site, doing the due diligence, and then obviously we work with your planning team and everything the last few months, and then to see construction through. When the operator takes over the restaurant, there is a field services team that oversees that, and they work with the operator if the operator wants to do that type of thing. So it is something we do, but I do a lot and I have a wide scope, but I can't do everything. But it would definitely be something we would explore as an additional means of pulling traffic off the highway.
I just want to consider, I want you to consider one thing, what you're proposing. I know that structurally, the sign will be sound because McDonald's doesn't do things that are going to be sound. That I know. But I want you to consider the height just for a minute. You're proposing 85 feet. Do you know how many stories that is of a building? That's 6 to 7 stories of a building. So it's basically, you took a four-level apartment block and you stack them up. That's how high you're proposing the sign. So I hope you understand why people are a little upset.
Yeah, thank you for the comment. I do understand. Again, the way the process is, if you go anything outside of 30, you're going to get rejected anyways. And so, we have to be at this hearing. So why not ask for what we captured as the best visibility from all sides? Again, we're looking out for the interest of the business. I do appreciate everybody's comments. I don't disregard that by any means. I do want to say though, and we have photos and videos, the boom truck, I think the pole on this sign would be very similar to the boom truck when it's extended in the basket. I'd have to take a measurement, probably at least 10 feet across. So I think, again, in our mind's eye, when we talk about a building being 6-7 stories, like everybody just shrinks back. I don't think it's a fair comparison in the massing because it is a much smaller thing that you're looking at. But I do appreciate the contemplation about reflecting on the 85-foot height.
Go ahead, Councilor Shetty. Go ahead,
Can I
Councilor.
just ask you one question?
Yeah.
When you were doing your height evaluation, what are
Yeah.
the street light heights? Right? You must have been looking at that as you're going up, so I just figured.
Yeah, it's been a few months, and I probably should have made some notes about that. I don't know. I would ask maybe
There's
planning.
not a standard number. I've been
Okay.
looking. There's not a standard number.
We were wondering, again, we had to kind of eyeball it based on the guy in the boom and then our take. I don't remember because the poles as well, adjacent to the site there, the overhead lines are, also relatively tall. I think at 85 feet we were probably higher than the street lights, but I don't know.
I'm sure you were double the
Yeah.
street lights. Like they're between 40 and 50 feet, the street lights. So I'm sure it was double the, but Mr. Mayor, if we can take a 10-minute we can recess this for 10 minutes and kind of look at the different, there's been a lot of stuff back and forth.
Okay, after him.
Well, yeah, once he's done his,
Okay.
before, because I still want to
Yes,
discuss something
simple
with him.
point. Yeah, sure.
After maybe,
Just a couple more comments, and again, everybody has their take. I think it was maybe somebody that called in or sent a letter about us not posting the variance. The requirements are that you follow specific guidelines, pick up a sign from the RM, post it. We followed that process. It was posted. We have photo documentation. So again, just to give everybody assurance that we didn't just not notify as we were supposed to. I think that's really it in response. If there's something I missed, I'm happy to try to speak to it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Sit down.
Yes. You want to take that in time?
Right now to discuss, but maybe we can even have that.
Yeah, I mean, I could try. I don't think the 24 hours is part of this signage application, but if you want me to try to speak to it, I can.
No.
I don't think it's on the sign. It's a sign.
It's on the sign, it says 24 hours. And then the bottom sign
This
says
is just a
24
sign,
hours.
conditional use for signs. Hours are not. But yeah, I'd like to take a technical look at these, and I think Dorothy's first steps to come.
Yeah. Okay, so where are we gonna?
We'll just say we're gonna adjourn.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
Recess.
10 minutes.
Okay, we're gonna adjourn. We're gonna put
Recess
pause,
for 10.
recess for 10 minutes. We'll meet in the,
Is that okay? Yeah.
we'll resume. We're gonna close this, right? Have you figured out what we wanna do then?
I think so.
Okay, I can close it. You guys ready? Okay.
Yeah.
We'll close the public hearing. Be it resolved that the council does hereby close the public hearing and resume the regular council meeting. Could I have a mover, please?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Council Pat Cam moves. Council Shetty seconds it. And now we'll read the resolution for variance order 50.
You have to close the public hearing.
Sorry, oh yeah, call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Carried. Thank you for the reminder. Okay, go to 5.3.4.3 resolution variance 4225, whereas the application of variance 4225 was received for the property located at 1 Meadowline Drive to increase the following to allow the proposed signage in the CH commercial highway zone, height from 30 feet to 85 feet, area of individual signage from 323 square feet to 372 square feet maximum, combined area for all freestanding signs from 323 square feet to 358 square feet, digital display area from 16 square feet to 144 square feet, directional signage from 6 square feet to 6.5 square feet to maximum to 26 square feet, and 10 square feet, 11 inches, 24 inches for VHD maximum height, and reduce the following: side yard setback from 50% from the height to 40 feet, separation of the center line or right of way from 50% to the height of the sign to 40 feet minimum. And whereas on the provision of the Planning Act, the public hearing has been held to hear representation both for and against the application. Therefore, be it resolved that after careful consideration, Council of Rural Municipality of West St. Paul hereby approve variance 4225 with the following conditions. 1, this variance is limited to what has been presented in this application. Any further changes, replacements, or additions would require a new variance approval. Applicant owner obtain all required permits from the Red River Planning District and municipality if required. And 3, the owners are required to obtain permits from Manitoba Transportation and Infrastructure to all structures including signs, etc. within the controlled area, PHT 9, as per statutory requirements below. As part of the permitting process, the entire development will be reviewed and determine if any revisions to setbacks are required. For permit information, please call Asset Management at Manitoba Hydro. Permit information can also be found at the government website, government.mb.ca highways permit application. A variance order will expire and cease to have any effect if it is not acted upon within 12 months of the date of the decision. A board, council, a planning commission may extend the deadline under subsection 6 for an additional period no longer than 12 months if an application is received before the initial deadline. Could I have a mover, please?
I'll move, but I have a comment.
Yep, okay. Councilor Bichetti moves. Seconder, please. Can I have a seconder?
I'll second it for discussion.
Okay, Councilor Pakistan seconds it. Go ahead.
I'm just gonna, I guess, start the.
Go ahead, Councilor.
Start the bidding war here, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make a motion that since the streetlights are at, as I'm told, we're 46 feet, I'd be willing to go the 45 to 50 feet and hear more from council.
Go ahead, Councilor Pakistan.
Yeah, I appreciate Councilor Bichetti's comment or proposal for consideration. I was sort of listening intently to both sides of the argument here from the applicant and from the residences. And I think right out of the box, McDonald's is going to be hugely successful. This particular McDonald's is going to be extremely successful. It's in a power corner. It's on Main Street. It's the economic corridor to cottage country. It's one of the original streets of Winnipeg, and it's like Highway number 9, hugely busy streets. And I think that there's not going to be any issue with traffic, with customer flow, with supporting the McDonald's. It was pretty impactful when I heard from residences that live in the neighborhood for years, call the neighborhood home. And I think that I'm totally supportive of providing a sign for McDonald's, but I think the sign should conform to the current bylaws of the arm of West St. Paul. I think that an 85-foot sign is going to be out of proportion into the community. It'll be out of balance. And I think even when I was probing earlier about the science of the sign, I thought about it. And I was looking across Canada about, the tallest signs, and even 50 feet for me, 60 feet is way too tall. I'm trying to meet Councillor Bichetti in the middle, but I think, in good conscience, that I was part of an initiative with the City of Winnipeg when I was a councillor. We brought the height of signs down for like gas stations, for all these pylon signs, because of the light pollution, because it was too much in your face. And we wanted to create more of a community feel within the City of Winnipeg. And I think that when you have a sign that's out of scale, out of scope with the neighborhood, you really are having a detrimental effect on the neighborhood. So I do support a sign here. I do support McDonald's. I know that this is going to be a hugely successful McDonald's. So that's my position, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councillor Kleiber.
Yeah, just wondering, two things. One, to the planner. So, Mr. Planner, can we take the one sign out of this application? First question. Second question, can we ourselves adjust the height to the height that we like?
Yes, so council's options on here, you can reject the entire application as proposed, you can approve it as proposed, or you could approve it with some changes. And those changes could be multifaceted, as you're suggesting. You can approve everything except for the height, and then that means that they just have to conform with the zoning bylaw height of 30 feet. Or you could, as council, pick an alternative height in between the 30 and the 85 of what they proposed. So if you said we're all comfortable with 50, you could pick 50, and the applicant can either live with that or try and find something else to do. So, yeah.
Okay, good.
That is an option.
So, Mr. Mayor, I would propose again that we look at 45 to 50. And I think that Councillor Paxton and Councillor Bichetti said the same thing.
No, Councillor Pactacan suggests that it stays
30
with 30 feet, which is the bylaw of the municipality.
Stay with 30 feet?
Yep, stay with the bylaw of the municipality, 30 feet.
Okay, well, I propose 45 feet. I think that's fair. I think that would stand out enough. I think 30 feet would probably be too short.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
Just as a point of order, if council does decide on an alternative height, I would strongly suggest you pick a precise height, not a range.
So one number?
Just one number, just because variances should be precise. It shouldn't be between this and that. It should be an actual dimension, just like Councillor Kleiber just suggested, an actual. No, thank you.
I say 45. If the streetlights are right there, then it doesn't create any more light pollution. It's all at that height. Mr. Mayor, can we get a point of order?
Yep, sorry, can we, thank you. Yeah, I sort of agree with Councillor Pactacan to stay at what the municipality requires, but if council wishes to go 45, then.
I I'd like to hear from the councillor of the ward.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, just, hearing from some of my residents that it directly affects that are, I was talking to some just briefly outside. Well, I wasn't talking, I was listening. I think 40 feet, I know the McDonald's gentleman isn't gonna like that, but, we've heard lots of different ways that people can find stores nowadays. I think 40 feet is a fair, it's a little bit more than our bylaw allows, usually it's 10% variance type of thing, so I'd be okay with 40 feet. And I think people in the area would be able to live with that as well.
Can we make it 45 and call it a day?
Well,
I'd go with 40. I'd be okay with 40.
Councillor Clapper, we do have, I have residents that live within a football's throw of this that are here, so they're okay with the number of 40, so, if they're okay with that number, I think it would be agreeable.
Okay, so we cut it, 2 stays the same, 240 and 145.
Is the width of it changing at all, or is it?
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Mayor, I guess at this point, we have a mover and a seconder to consider the application as proposed. So if council wants to propose an alternative height, you're gonna have to come to an agreement on the number.
Yep,
As
I
well
know.
as the mover and the seconder are gonna have to be okay with that.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Pactican, with residents that are directly affected by this, suggesting 40, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm really trying to keep an open mind on this, and there's some good arguments made with regards to the McDonald's apps and Google. You have the GPS that can find a McDonald's anywhere in Canada, and like I say, there's gonna be thousands of vehicle traffic on the perimeter, thousands of vehicle traffic on Highway number 9 and on Main Street. It'll be like hundreds and hundreds of traffic on Meadowland. This is going to be a hugely successful McDonald's right out of the box. People will know where it is. The employees will have family, co-workers, friends that will know where they work. There'll be visitors coming to Lower Fort Garry, to Selkirk. People are going to know where this McDonald's is. I think that what I'm trying to wrestle with is the long-term effects of a sign that's out of scale. And I think that even if it's 40 feet, that's a little bit out of scale for this neighborhood. And I think McDonald's sells itself. Honestly, and I'm sorry.
30.
Yeah, the
Okay,
residents
just
say
wait,
thirty.
Residents say 30.
Okay, just wait. Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I'm gonna stick with the bylaw, which is for 30 feet.
So I got a question for Council Pat. So in the city, are the McDonald's signs below the city lights, street lights,
I think, there's, whatever it is, like, I think a hydro pole is 40 feet, more than that, right? So
Yeah.
it's, they're a bit taller than the traffic lights.
Okay.
So, I know that there was, at the city of Winnipeg, there was a huge plan to revamp all of the pylon signs in the city of Winnipeg to lower them because they were just way too high. That was across the city of Winnipeg. There was a reason for it because it was just too much in your face and it was just out of scale with the neighborhood. So this is the same kind of thing. Like, while I can appreciate the novelty of a huge sign, we heard from the residents today, and their arguments are sound to me, right? I was coming here with an open mind. Let's see how this plays out. But when you hear what people are saying that live in the neighborhood, that's important to me. So, and I respect that it's Councillor Campbell's word, and you're hearing from a few residences. But I think you need to protect the majority of the residences with the bylaw in this case. That's just my viewpoint.
Yep, no, thank you. So, go ahead, Councillor Kleiber.
So I just did a little search here on height signs for McDonald's in general. There are signs that are 30 feet high, and there are signs that are 120 feet. However, the ones that are generally over 30 feet, quite a few councils have asked to be reduced. So any signs 40 feet is what my other two counselors, fellow counselors are comfortable with. I'm comfortable with 40. And, yeah, I'll vote in favor of that. That seems to be the acceptable height for a lot of people between 30 and 40, so I'm fine with 40.
Okay, we're in an impasse because the two movers and seconders have to agree to this. So I'm not sure where we're going to go. Any suggestions from administration? Can we table this?
It would be up to your mover and seconder to come to some sort of agreement on whether they are amenable to changing the resolution, and they can vote with their preference on that. Well, if you could take that one piece out from the rest of the application.
No, the resolution on the floor is for all the different variances as part of, or all the components of this application. So if the mover and seconder are not, I don't want to say willing, that's not the right terminology, but if they're not in agreement to alter the resolution that's on the floor right now, then you're looking at just voting on whether you're okay with the increased display areas for digital signage, the increased size of all the different signs combined, as well as the 85-foot height. So if you vote against that or reject the whole thing as proposed, then the applicant has to go back to the drawing board, probably come back with a further different proposal to council.
Can we can't take the 85-foot sign out of the, that has to be agreed upon.
Only if the mover and the seconder are okay with that, yeah. Otherwise, you're gonna have to vote on the resolution as it's on the floor.
Okay. So, do I call for the vote, or?
Mr. Mayor, the other thing too, I guess just for the mover and the seconder, is that, as you suggested, if you remove the height portion of all this, then you're just dealing with all the other little directional signage, and you've essentially given the indication to the applicant to go back to the drawing board just for the height thing. Maybe
Yeah.
come back with an alternative proposal and a different variance. Or not.
I'm okay with doing that. It's just removing the height, the pylon sign, and dealing with the rest. The rest, there's no issue with the rest.
Yeah, yeah.
So we,
Yeah, we know there's a resolution.
I think, Mr. Mayor, I think the discussion's between us, not the
yeah,
audience
it's
right now. and I-
yeah.
No, I was just,
So I'm in favor of moving the pylon sign out of it, the resolution at this point. I mean, to be fair to the applicant, the balance of this, like the ground signage is fine. I think we all agree on that.
I understand, but we're putting, still has to go to highways for more approval. You know, I don't think we wanna, we're just working on a number here. So like, just to find something that's gonna match here.
so that's another question. So what portion has to go to highways? The pylon sign or all the signs?
You see the red outline there?
Okay.
Anything in that control zone.
Oh.
Anything.
Exactly.
So it's
whatever's in
original
there.
signs, okay.
So some of the ground signage.
Yeah.
Some of the ground signage might be affected anyways.
So,
So if they gotta make an application, you wanna make it once.
I would say if the residents are comfortable with 40 feet, let's just go 40 feet.
some of them,
Public hearing's closed.
yeah. So we only got 3 minutes left, no, 13 minutes left. So we gotta figure out here. To me, we should just take out the pylon signs and carry on. And then let's decide what to do. So. I mean,
Could you repeat that, Mayor, just a little bit lower?
so we have, oh, sorry, so yeah, we got like 13 minutes to 10 o'clock. So I think we just gotta take out the pylon sign and then so McDonald's can keep on going with the digitals, and then let's work out what we wanna do with the pylon sign, because That's the holdup to this thing here. Either that, we have to vote,
We can't take the signs out of the variance.
just the pylon sign we can take out,
The height.
the height.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we can take that out.
So, but then what do we do with the height? Do they just have to go into 30 feet?
That's correct, if I may, Mr. Mayor. So if council decides to remove the maximum height out of this decision, then, and if you were to approve the variance then the applicant either has to adhere to the 30-foot maximum or come back to council with a new variance proposal of, let them right-size it to what might be appropriate for the area.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Bichetti.
So on that, just to that, if we approve this without the bollard pile, the whatever, 85-foot sign, can we table that section?
No. No, the applicant would have to make a new application if they want to do something taller than 30. Yeah. But it would allow them to continue to move forward with at least the other signs, permits and construction of those.
But they would not be able to apply to highways for their permit without unless they apply for the are permitted.
My understanding is that they could apply to highways a number of times for a bunch of different things. So they could move forward with all of the directional signage if they wanted to, and a 30-foot pylon McDonald's sign, or they could go after the fact with another application of highways for a taller sign after the fact, should council approve a higher.
So we're not holding anything up.
Yeah.
We're not holding anything up.
Sure. Okay, take the bollard out.
Okay, we'll take out the bullet sign out.
Okay,
The
so
85-foot one
Yeah,
bollard.
85.
Take the 85.
The resolution on the floor is for the variance as proposed with the exception of maximum height. So you're going to vote on everything except for the maximum height proposed.
Yeah.
Good?
Okay,
Yeah.
yep.
Okay.
Do we have to have some wording?
You're okay with that?
So do
Yeah.
we have any wording for that or not? As amended?
We'll note it in the minutes, in the resolution.
Okay, good. Okay, so I can call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, carried. So now that closes the public hearing. Oh, yes. That's where we are.
Mayor, if I may,
Yes, go ahead.
we should drop down to the bylaws only because we have time limits on under the planning act.
Okay. Which one is that?
It's
That would
the
be 5.9, right?
5.8 and 5.9, Mr. Mayor, deal with a combined hearing for proposed subdivision and zoning bylaw amendments.
Okay.
Councilor Kleiber is correct that under the Planning Act, you have to deal with this within a certain time frame.
Yeah. So we're gonna have to call for an extension then?
Okay.
You need to vote for extension
Yep.
first, yeah.
Sorry, Linda.
Yeah, okay.
Extension. Move
yeah.
extension.
Okay, I move for an extension from 10. Do you got it?
Extend to 10:30 PM.
Okay, yeah, I move to extension for 10:30 PM. Could I have,
Resolved that the meeting will extend to 10:30 p.m.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
okay. Council Patrick moves. Councilor. Councilor Cliver seconds it, right?
I didn't hear.
Okay. Hold it. Councilor Cliver, what did you want?
No, I'm ready to vote.
Okay, can I call for the vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, carried. Okay, so now we're going to go down to the,
We won't get to you.
Yeah, okay.
5.8?
Not yet.
We're just gonna skip over and go to the next one, okay?
We have legislative responsibilities.
Planning Act calls
Yeah.
dates on it.
Unfortunately.
So do I still need to send pictures of my signage being posted and all that?
You can ask the acting CAO for the plan.
So the stuff's not gonna be heard today?
No.
Okay, so we'll be notified
Yeah.
when there's gonna be a special meeting
The-
or what?
You might have time.
Okay.
We'll see.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe if you can want to, maybe you'll want to stick around.
Okay.
Those 5.8 and 5.9, then you'll come back?
Maybe.
To 5.4.
Maybe.
Okay, so,
No guarantees.
No guarantees.
The maximum's 10:30. Maximum's 10:30, so.
Okay, go fast.
Okay, I'll open up the public hearing. 5.8, open public hearing, subdivision S23-309, be it resolved that...
And, sorry, Mr. Mayor, and open up 5.9 as well, zoning bylaw amendment.
Open them both up at the same time?
Yep, they're combined.
That's the wrong subdivision at 5.8.3. We're doing 5.9, which is subdivision at 25.3.
Yep, okay.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Councillor Clyber. 5.8 was canceled by the applicant. Yeah, we're looking at 5.9.
Okay, 5.9. Good thing I'm asking. Okay, and you said there's two have to open up, or this is the one?
Just the one.
Just open it all once, yeah.
Okay, 5.9, open up public hearing, a combined public hearing, zoning bylaw amendment, subdivision 25-3100. Be it resolved that this meeting of council recessed for the purpose of holding a public hearing pursuant to section 72(1) and 125(2) of the Planning Act. Could I have a mover, please?
I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Bichetti moves, Councilor Clyber seconds it. Any comments, questions? Hearing none, can I call for the vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, carried. Okay, we're down to 5.91. I'll pass it on to the planner.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try and be quick on this. So this is a combined hearing to rezone and subdivide the subject property located along Grassmere and Blackdale. The property is about 140 acres in size. There's the subject property outlined in the black dash area. And they're proposing to rezone it to a rural residential overlay zone from the agriculture zone that it is right now. The development plan outlines that this area is designated for future rural residential type of development, so the zoning of this property does fit with the master plan. This application has been circulated to the government agencies. There are no concerns with respect to the rezoning. In terms of the subdivision, the applicant is proposing to subdivide the property into 54 lots, which will consist of at least 2 acres in size. I think it goes up to about almost 3.5 acres in size for some of the lots. The lot widths are between 198 feet and about 412 feet. So they are of a size that could facilitate on-site sewer management systems or septic field. This has also been relayed to the government agencies. There are no objections. There are some standard conditions of approval that they've suggested. Should council wish to approve this, as I noted, the development plan does contemplate this area to be for future rural residential, so it adheres to the main criteria that we look for approval. And we would recommend that both the rezoning and the subdivision be approved. That the subdivision be approved to the conditions that are already in your docket, which relate to the applicant, and I'll just paraphrase some of those conditions rather than go through them line by line. That taxes have been paid, development agreement has been entered into to deal with servicing, landscaping, drainage, road connections and such. That the rezoning is actually approved, given the third reading. That there's confirmation from the province dealing with drainage and outfall into the provincial drain system, and then dealing with easements for the utilities of hydro, central gas, and MTS. That was a very quick rendition there, Mr. Mayor.
Yep, that's right. Any questions for the planner? Nothing from tape? Can we have the applicant come forward? Where is the applicant here? All right. All right, do you want him to come forward? Well, unless
You
you...
can just both give your, just.
Are you going to say anything? or- Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for getting this on the agenda tonight. Really appreciate it. I'll try my best to work through this presentation quickly as well. I believe it's going to be coming up on the screen for you.
Sorry.
it doesn't work, I can just speak to the image that's up there as well.
If you wanted to start, I'll sort of say.
Sure.
Just start.
Sounds great. Mr. Planner already provided some background about the site, 140 acres located at Grasmere and Blackdale.
Sorry, I just maybe speak up just so Councillor Clyburn, the mics aren't for the Zoom.
Mics don't work? Okay, definitely.
Well, the mics work, but you have
Not
to.
with the Zoom. Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Again, thanks for the opportunity to present on this. We've been working on this project, as council is aware, for probably 4 to 5 years now. Excited to get it to this point. As Mr. Planner mentioned, the site is about 140 acres, located at Blackdale and Grasmere. It's adjacent to a site that was recently approved for a similar type of development, 2-acre lots, and we've been designing this subdivision kind of in tandem with what was designed there to mesh up with what has already been approved. Let's see what we can get to. The planner already mentioned that the site is earmarked for future development in the development plan. It's designated for rural residential development. It was still held under a agricultural zone, which is pretty typical until you actually move forward with the development application. So that's the second part of the application is to rezone the property to the rural residential overlay zone, which allows for 2-acre lots and over, and they have to be at least 198 feet in width. So we started, as mentioned, we started this project about 4 to 5 years ago. We did have a virtual open house where we discussed the proposal with local residents. Approximately 30 people attended, and at that point in time, we had a concept for 75 lots. Those lots, kind of based on what was going on in the area, there's West St. Paul, as you know, has a range of 1.37 acre lots and up that have holding tanks, and then 2-acre lots that have septic fields. So it was initially proposed at that open house as 1.37 acre lots with holding tanks. We had an access point onto Siler Road at that point in time. Since then, we heard a lot of feedback at the open house, so we've come up with a new design to reflect those comments that came back. I know I'm flipping through my slides here, but if the previous one came up with the 54 lot concept.
I can't even do that.
Okay.
I apologize.
No problem. So we've revised it to the 2-acre lots instead of the 1.37 acre lots. It's gone down from 75 lots to 54 lots. All of them meet the requirements of your bylaw. There are internal trail connections that connect to the active transportation network. There's a trail that runs north-south just to the north of the subdivision. So we've designed it internally to connect with that. We've removed the access point onto Siler Road. It now goes through the other approved subdivision, so nobody on that street would have traffic coming in where the existing residences are. The reason why the access point, oh, here we go. The reason why the access point is from Blackdale instead of Grasmere, that was the recommended approach from MTI, so we've had a lot of back and forth with them. Got it close there.
Sorry.
It was there.
And yeah, that's where we are. And again, we appreciate the time here today to consider this. Does council have any questions at all about the proposal?
Any questions? Councillor Kleiber, you got any questions? No? Okay, let's go.
Sorry, I have to quit.
So you're saying there's 2 accesses, so you'll be into the other development that's already approved and onto Blackdale?
Correct.
So, okay, so there's 2 ways. So basically for both developments, it's access either way.
Correct.
That-
Yep.
That other development is off of Siler though, right, their access?
But there's 1 access to Siler, 1 access to Blackdale, so because you guys are joining them, am I correct there?
Correct, yeah. So if you actually flip to one of my last slides there, if you keep going one more, that one there shows the 2 integrated developments, how
Okay.
ours leads into theirs, then goes up.
I don't see a road. Is it right on that property line?
It's right on
It's right on the, it's right, it would be west of our property line.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
there's 2 ways in and out. For emergencies, anything like that, right? So
What happens if that
No,
other
I'm
development?
sorry, I'm just
So we
asking, Mr. Friesen, are you saying that there is an access off Blackdale Road?
There is, that's the only one that MTI would consider approving. And that'll be the main access to the subdivision.
Okay, and just as traffic signals or traffic signs or whatever, because you're turning off an extremely busy road there.
They were, I don't want to speak on their behalf, but the discussion that we had is they felt Grassmere was busier, so they wanted access to come off of Blackdale and locate it at a point that was reasonable. So when we vetted this design with them, sorry about that. When we had our discussions with them, their preference was access off of Blackdale instead of Grassmere, and they said pick an access point kind of in the middle of your parcel to inform your design, which is what we did, and this was vetted with them before we even made the application. And I don't believe they have any additional comments on it.
That's a very, very busy road, and people come barreling down that road extremely fast. So when they take that corner, they're going fast because they're accelerating. And now you're gonna put an access point right when they start to accelerate. I foresee some accidents. I really do. That's a very scary proposition. And I think I mentioned this to MI, and I mentioned it to you. My understanding is there's no access point there, and the only access point is the offside, which would be the safest choice.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
No.
No.
Just let him finish. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, this has always been where the access has been located since we proposed the project at its initial stages.
Okay, any other questions to the planner? Or to the applicant, I should say? None? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any for?
No one else registered in support. In opposition, we have Rick Turkin.
Okay, is he here?
Yeah.
Okay, do you want to come forward?
My name is Rick Turk, 1091 Sally Road. I've been here for 35 years, and I don't want to see that access road coming off my street. It's a crappy street now because you guys don't repair it at all. So with all the traffic that you want to plan coming off of Siler, I don't think so. I heard it was coming off of Blackdale and Grassmere. So.
Can I just say something?
Go ahead.
Just to make you aware, Siler is in our plan this year for reconstruction.
Yeah, well, I've heard that for the last 5 years, and it's still
Okay.
nothing done to
You
it,
can
so.
take it however you want. I'm
It's
just
happening.
telling you that it's in our plan for.
It was supposed to happen last year too, so I never seen it. Because you guys were waiting to see what was gonna happen with this property on this corner here. So. So I just wanna find out where the access is coming up. I don't wanna see, and the thing is that, like, how are these houses gonna be built there? Is there gonna be an 8-foot fence there, a 10-foot fence there I'm gonna be staring at? Are these houses gonna be 2 stories, 3 stories high? So when I look up my front window, what do I see? A big house. That's what's gonna tick me off. So, that's pretty well all I got, you know, because it doesn't matter which way I look at it. You guys are gonna push it through anyways, and that's what's gonna happen, so.
How many acres is your property, sir?
2 acres.
So these are the exact same size lots.
So, that's fine, but I'm not worried about the lot size, I'm worried about the size of the house that's going up on those lots. Okay? Because you look at some of the houses that are along Grassmere on the other side of the creek.
Yeah.
And you look at how tall those houses are now. And every house that's going up around in that area, on the other side of Grassmere, Toshak, Padida, all them around there, look how tall those houses are. They're not small houses. These houses are built for 2 and 3 family homes. Okay? They're not 1 stories anymore where it's just a single family with 2 or 3 kids. You know? There's people moving in there that are side-by-side houses, 2-story, 2.5 stories high, and they've got 3 to 4 families in those houses. So.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Councillor Kleiber? Councillor Kleiber?
Yeah, I was just going to say to the gentleman, built out, but I understand your argument regarding 2 stories. I get that, but this property is gonna be developed one way or another, so our choices are, you wanna see a 2 to 4 acre lot? Originally, these developers wanted to go to 1.5 acre lots, and you would have had a lot more lots than you do right now. And they listened to council, and they went 2 acres, some of them were 5 acres. So they're bigger lots, there's less lots there, but they conform with sustainability and so forth. So we've tried to minimize that impact as much as possible, but people are going to develop at this point. We're just trying to reduce the impact to the surrounding area.
Okay.
Fine.
Anyone, any else for objections?
Yes, in opposition is Olaf Rome.
The Olaf? Nope, not here.
Kyle Ryan,
Kyle? Not here.
and David Kathy Alexander.
David and Kathy? Not here.
We also received some letters ahead of the meeting in opposition. We received from Brent Muska. He had concerns about the roads. He thought that Siler Road should be constructed to pipeline, and there should be improvements to Blackdale before any development occurs. And just in general opposed to large-scale development in a rural area. We received a letter from Ed and Marianne
Bernardin.
Yes, thank you. They had a number of concerns, including acceleration of these new developments, particularly in this area, on smaller unserviced lots. All of these new homes will require water, which can certainly impact the quality and quantity of the wells. Small lots will necessitate holding tanks or possibly septic fields. They noted concerns about traffic, homelessness, concerns about noise, safety, crime, and many other factors. And that they strongly disagree with this development as well as others that will impact the peaceful way of life and remove valuable surrounding farmland from production. Lastly, we received a letter in opposition from C.J. Philipchuk, noting the proposed density of housing is not suitable for this location. Not in keeping with the intended land use of a rural municipality, would upset the peaceful nature, and that they moved away from the city and the density of housing to live in the area. Generally, that they think it would be an impact on the rural character. They had traffic and safety concerns and environmental impact concerns as well. We also have a number of people registered for information. L. Vile.
Alan Ball, is he here? Nope.
C. Ryan.
C. Ryan? By all means, come forward.
Couple things. I talk
Just
loud.
right,
Oh,
Just
Yeah.
state, sit down, name and address
Yeah.
first, please. Okay.
Cynthia Ryan,
Yes.
485 Moore Road. I'd like to find out if we have it recorded, the planner's name and address. I didn't capture it.
Oh, it's landmark planning.
Okay.
And his
But I
name-
don't know if it's on the record or if it was part of this moment.
Okay, yes, well, we just.
Did say, as I
Oh,
wrote, yeah.
okay. I'll talk loud, not that I'm yelling, just
No, that's-
how I roll, I guess. And it'll help others who can hopefully hear me, but if not, let me know. So I'm a resident of West St. Paul. I'm the second closest property to the south, and I did buy a farm field and did develop it, and it is beyond any of the lots in being proposed and we're discussing tonight. My son has also bought land and larger land in a ranch, and he does access Blackdale Road. He had to timed out, like a lot of the people who wanted to be here and speak up tonight. So the thing is, he is one of our firefighters, comes down Blackdale Road for safety, and whatever it takes for all of the people in the region that use Blackdale to be safe is imperative. So I'm not an expert like some other people have spoken tonight, so I'm just imploring you to really consider what is going to work. From what I can see, there's only one access in and out. I think there's a odd service road that's accessible to Grassmere, but that's gotta be,
Just so if you see this line right here,
yes.
there's another.
Oh, okay,
That's,
thank you.
It's just blended between two developments.
Gotcha. I didn't pick that up, and I'm glad I'm here, and I'm glad I'm getting that clarified. So, a question I have is, I'm a citizen here. Can I find out who owns the property? Is that something that is available, other than going to land titles and doing a search? Is there any way, you know, we know that there's a representation here tonight, but do we know who owns the land? Is that something that?
That's something.
I would speak to them.
Okay. Oh, welcome, okay. Maybe I can, or maybe we can meet later. That'd be wonderful. And I also understand that the district planner's working with the master plan, so I'm not here to disrupt that. And primarily what I'm concerned about is the green space. So we heard tonight about precedence, so I don't know if there's a way to offer up one of those lots for a green space. And again, my land is considerably bigger than that, so you know, I'm accustomed to having this kind of elbow space, and this is a big adjustment. I have a question for somebody, and that is how many of the lots are 2.1 and that range, maybe 2.5? If I could just get a breakdown of the size. I did scan some documents, and I think I saw one lot in the corner there, first immediate corner of Grassmere and Blackdale, that's over 3. But I don't know about how many other ones are in the 3 range. Light pollution, heard about it tonight from one sign, one big giant sign, and now we're going to have 50 yards lighting up. And I think it's these things that are very popular, patio lights and driveway lights, and you know, I'm wondering about landscaping. You know, how does that, once a person buys land, you're the owner, so you can do whatever. But I am concerned and want to know more about how we can keep a nice aesthetic. We've over the years, we've had issues with derelict vehicles, excess vehicles, and we talked tonight about the supplementary buildings. So let's just try to get this as good as we can so that everybody has more harmony, and we don't come here and people aren't phoning and, you know, dealing with all of our counselors. So I'm grateful to find out about the owner. I'm wondering if there is no possibility of green space, which I'm hopeful for, what amount of money is being allocated to the RM in lieu of. And I asked about the landscaping and the green space lot, and I think I'm, this seat is very comfortable, so if I can keep going, I sure want to. I'm sorry, but these other ones aren't pleasant. I think I've covered what I needed to.
Okay, thank you very much.
Can I just
Go
comment
ahead.
there? Oh, sorry, Councillor Kleiber.
Councillor Kleiber, go ahead. Go ahead, Councillor Kleiber.
Just to the person that's speaking currently, of the 54 lots, 16 are 2 acres. I think we know. 16 are 2 acres, the rest are all over 2 acres. So 16 are exactly 2 acres, and of the 54, and the rest of them are larger than 2 acres.
And when I step aside, can we find out a breakdown of the remaining number? Like, are they just 2.1, 2.4? are we closer to the 3 range for size, or are we closer to the 2.1?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I would say that
It's in the package.
the River River Planning District's report, which outlines all that information, is on our website.
Okay.
So you're welcome to go and download that from our website. It has a breakdown of all the lots, how big they are, how wide they are. If you can't find that, you're also welcome to give us a call and we can sip you a coffee.
2.3, 2.6, 3.4,
Thank you, Derek.
2.37, 2.99, I'm just going through some, there's so much, there's,
Okay.
the 2 was the easiest to pick out and count, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that's what I was gonna bring up.
Wondering about the ratio, like how many smaller to the medium or even the larger ones, because hopefully we'll get a green space.
It's best to go on the website. Then you can answer get all your questions answered. Okay, anyone else?
For information, is Dee and Ryan?
Go.
Hello, sorry, I've never done this. My name is Chloe. I have lived here my whole life. Well, not 2 years, but I moved here when I was 2 years old, and I've been here since, and I'm about to turn 32 next weekend. Just a couple of notes that I've heard other people speak about that I just want to bring up for my community members to hear my concerns. I didn't move here, but I have enjoyed the rural lifestyle, and scenery and a view, like many people have said, is very important to us, I think. Just maybe one thing that came to mind is, I have no idea if this is possible, but are height restrictions on buildings possible? Could it not be maybe 2-story buildings? I know there was a comment
That's max.
that, yeah, but could developments maybe have like lowered height restrictions? I don't, just a comment. I also appreciate that there was a comment about fixing the roads on Siler. Just a comment as well is that if this construction is going in, trucks and stuff like that, like, has that been thought of, that if we fix the road, it's gonna have to be repaired? I don't know. Also, just on Grassmere as well, with new infrastructure that's come in since the buses, we've seen a lot of damage to our road, and just, this is gonna bring more traffic if it goes in, depending on how many people. So just as well, I know it's not a youth thing, but if you work with MIT and whatnot, just to bring that to attention, that repair is gonna be needed, especially with more construction companies and trucks and stuff like that coming in. Light pollution is a big one for me. The new development that went in, I guess, across from the Aki Center, that's my bedroom window. I look at it every single night, and now I see lights, and it's not the most appealing thing. So I would just like to bring attention. I know there's a minimum that has to be, like, for safety and whatnot, but if it could be limited as far as like light posts within, like, I guess street lights or something like that, it would be appreciated to limit it to kind of go with like the rural lifestyle. And then as well, just green space would be just appreciated within that little area to keep just more space for green. And then also, I don't know if this was mentioned, but just like the resources in the area, so anything to do with like our water availability, how will that impact anyone else in the area? Yeah, I think that's about all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
For information, it's Eleanor Lee.
Okay.
Is there going to be time?
Do you have anything new to add?
Yes, I do, as a matter
Yep.
of fact.
9 minutes.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Come on up. Yeah,
Come on.
just come on up.
And if I don't get finished with my points?
I think
There's
the,
a 10-minute limit to it anyway, to the,
Okay. Okay. To the west of this subdivision is another approved subdivision, and I think it's 15 lots. This one seeks 54, so that's 69 to be added to the RM in Eamesville. One concern of how safety of the 3 main roads in Eamesville will be impacted by a large number of new residents in the subdivisions. These new residents will use Pipeline, Blackdale, and Grassmere to get in and out of their community. 2 cars per home is minimum. with multi-generational homes most commonly being built now in West St. Paul, accommodating more individuals than the average single-family dwelling in the RM, more than 2 cars per dwelling is becoming the norm. Council has heard many times that the intersection at Pipeline and Highway 101 is treacherous. That's the way that's going to be. The 2 ways and Blackdale, along with Blackdale, are going to be used by people to get in and out of this community. Those entrances now are becoming more and more treacherous by the day, pretty well. More people now use Grassmere to go south into the city because it's less congested than Pipeline, and then you don't have a 5-minute wait for the light to turn green. The intersection at Highway 8 was safer. That's deteriorating since the Capulus access was closed. People have to now turn right off of Capulus, go to Grassmere, and make a U-turn to go south into the city. And a lot of people are doing that. To prevent collisions between vehicles leaving Grassmere and turning right to proceed south with these vehicles that are making the U-turns, now there's a sign up that no right turns on a red. That is slowing things down and creating backups. The intersection at Grassmere is now far more congested and less safe, and it will get worse with all the new residents from 69 and all the new cars from 69 new homes. Increased population is going to make the provincial roads in Eamesville more congested and more unsafe. I don't see any condition for a highway traffic study having to be conducted prior to this development. There's nothing to suggest anything other than congestion and safety issues will result. There's no report from Manitoba Infrastructure, Highway Planning and Design Branch. Can the present road infrastructure and connections safely accommodate this subdivision? Highly doubtful. Pipeline, Blackdale and Grassmere, and Grassmere from Pipeline to McPhillips are provincial roads, and they are also school bus routes. Correct me if I'm wrong, the subdivision to the west of the one proposed tonight did not have provisions to accommodate school bus entries and exits. That's a big concern. Do the roads in the proposed subdivision accommodate school buses? I don't see provision for a pickup or drop-off site within the subdivision application map. Isn't it against highway regulations for a bus to stop on the side of a provincial road to load and unload? Was this plan made with the safety of children in mind? 54 to 69 homes will have an unknown number of school-age children needing bus rides. The build-out and occupancy may take a number of years. Will West St. Paul as a whole have school spaces for all with all the other development that's taking place? Or will new homes throughout the RM generate the need for more school spaces? I don't see any report or comments from the school division about this. And I'm surprised, because they certainly commented about the one beside, the one further on Siler, further west. And green spaces were mentioned, and I'm going to mention it too. Where is a playground and park for free play sure to be needed? Where is that in there, in that subdivision application map? Will the RM scramble to buy a lot after the subdivision is approved and partially built, so a community park can be installed and financed by the RM instead of the developer? Where are the nearest park? Moore Road? Oh, you gotta cross Grassmere. Willis Road? Well, pretty far away. There aren't any parks nearby. Is this gonna be a community without a park? And I mean a park that's got a play space, not just a play structure. Are there safe, walkable, bikeable ways for children to get to those parks? That's a safety issue too. Was this plan made with the safety of children in mind again? No. Manitoba Environment, Climate and Parks Water Stewardship Division asked for a subdivision application map that is legible. Residents have asked repeatedly for SAMs and other printed material in planner reports to be legible. Why are such important pieces of information continually illegible in the planner's reports? We should be able to see those sizes of lots. And you shouldn't have to try to enlarge a map and lose resolution. It's now June 12th. Have agencies that are normally asked for reports had enough time to respond to the planner's report, which was produced May 27th? Are there other factors contributing to non-response of some of our agencies? Land titles response was returned well prior to the planner's report being written, yet it states the property consists of 2 lots of 140 acres and 2 titles. Land titles said that there is now only 1 title and 1 owner. Planner's reports are important. Reports should be checked for accuracy.
Mayor, we've got 1 minute to end this meeting.
We have to actually end the meeting.
No, excuse me,
You need a resolution, Mr. Mayor, to adjourn the meeting. Then we need to state the date that the remainder of these public hearings will be held,
okay.
which will be the next planning meeting, July 10th.
So do you have a copy of the procedure? Do you have a policy of the procedure policy on that? Do you have a copy of the procedure policy on your computer?
I don't have, no, you have to adjourn this hearing. We have to state the date of all the hearings that we are postponing.
So the reason I asked is because I recall hearing in the procedure policy that the last item that's being discussed can be finished, and then after that, the meeting is finished.
We've already extended.
No, it can
10:30
only
is our
go to
max.
10:30, we are at 10:30.
Okay.
10:30 right now, we have to adjourn.
And you should have asked that beforehand.
Yeah. If you could put the motion to adjourn.
Adjourn or do we adjourn it? Sorry, I did.
We have to discuss when the meeting is, right? Can it be a special meeting, or does it have to be July 10th?
Be a special meeting.
It can be a
We
special meeting.
have to stop now, you guys, it's our bylaw, we have to stop at exactly 10:30. This was our, we can't break our bylaw. We have to adjourn now. We can discuss that after if you want, but we have to put a date to it and adjourn.
Well, that's what I mean. We have to pick a date, but it doesn't have to be at the next planning. It can be a special meeting.
Be a special meeting.
Be next week if you want. I don't care.
Well,
But we have-
our planner has to be available, council.
Well, that's right.
We can say July 10th or at a date.
No, you
mutually-
can't. You have to pick a date,
date?
or everyone has to re-advertise, and you need to meet the time requirements.
Oh, that's.
Could we adjourn for now? and-
July 10th?
Yeah.
Okay. So what happens with this year? They have to come
So
back?
you're going to, I can read the resolution if you like.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, it will be it resolved that council do hereby adjourn the public hearing and resume the regular meeting of council.
I'll move. I'll second.
What about the date?
We pick it after
We are
we
going to
go back
direct
to
that
that. And then
following this.
But you said July 10th.
we have to check with the planner. People have to be
We have a
available.
seconder?
But we're,
Councillor Passetti, you said.
Then we have a, who moves it?
I Dorothy, Councillor Clyburn moved it, I seconded it.
Okay. Can I call for the vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, carried.
So we will table the public hearings and agenda items to
Can we give, need the planner there for it, so.
July 10th.
Are we gonna have enough time, Derek, for this application?
That's our next regular meeting, isn't it?
Are we within the 60 days?
You have enough time to meet the Planning Act for this. It has to come to council with a certain amount of days, and then you have to make a decision, and I'm not sure the applicant is going to appeal that.
Can we do are you available at our committee of a whole meeting?
What date is that?
The 8th, I believe?
Thursday, July 10th.
Or
No
the-
resolutions allowed.
We can switch the Cal meeting, that we're just like, it's our decision to change that meeting.
Would be the 8th, Derek?
I'm quite aware of the ruling
No,
too,
she
so.
gets to tell us what we get to do here.
No, I think it's best to move with July 10th.
Okay, well, we're 3 minutes late, let's get this done.
At 6 p.m.? Okay, so remaining public hearings and agenda items will be scheduled for July 10th at 6 p.m.
Okay, and the remainder of the agenda,
July 10th.
okay, so do we have the meeting now?
Yep. Okay, I now call for the meeting to be adjourned. Can I have a mover, please?
I'll move second.
Okay, Councilor Pachetti, second for, moves it, Councilor Paxton, seconds it.
So you need to say you're finished.
Do I have time left?
Good.
I won't say you're not finished. I wanna know.
Can I call the question? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Very opposed.